today, and welcome to the first ever UKSEDS Student Space Symposium. I'm Sophia, and I'll be one of your hosts for today. I'm joined here at the British Interplanetary Society in London by Sachin, who you'll see later in the stream, and Aaron, our tech mastermind. So we have a great day lined up for you today. As implied by the name of the event, all our talks will be given by students, with the exception of a few recent grads. And they'll be speaking on a range of topics from CubeSats to space medicine and pretty much everything in between. So we had a phenomenal 68 abstracts submitted to our call, and we have selected out a very tough competition, some of the best for you to hear today. So each speaker will speak for about 10 minutes and talk to you about the papers that they've written, which will be made live on the UKSEDS website after the event. And this will be followed by 2 to 3 minutes of questioning, which you can send in through the Q&A system at the bottom right of your screens if you're watching on Nebula. So we'll take a short break between each speaker so that you have the chance to stretch your legs, grab a glass of water before the next talk. And we've scheduled 2 slightly longer breaks throughout the day, and with 50 minutes for lunch, so that you're not looking at the screen for too long if you do want to catch all of the talks today. So if you're watching on the Nebula platform, you'll be able to access information about each of our speakers and sponsors using the information tabs in the top right-hand corner. And if you want to just view the stream, you can hit watch so that it takes up a little bit more of your screen. All of the functions today can be viewed while the stream is going on. So you don't need to worry about missing any of the talks. We recommend viewing the platform in full screen mode and on Chrome where possible for you to get the very best viewing experience. So Nebula is still in development at the moment, so if you do have any feedback or find any bugs, please do send an email to aaron.reedman@ukseds.org, and we can fix those. So we will be live tweeting the symposium today. So whether you're an avid or fair weather tweeter, make sure to engage by tagging @UKSEDS and using the hashtag Student Space Symposium. We would also like to say a huge thank you to the British Interplanetary Society, who have kindly let us use the headquarters as our tech hub today, and who will be publishing a selected few papers written for the symposium in a special UKSEDS edition of their journal JBIS. And also to our 3 fantastic sponsors, Astro Agency, Blue Abyss, and Momentus. Without them, we wouldn't be able to run events like this. As a charity, we rely almost solely on sponsorship from companies and organizations in the sector. So we really appreciate that they're still able to support us in such uncertain times. All 3 of our sponsors today are first-time UKSEDS sponsors. So hopefully, even in this virtual setting, we can give them a very warm welcome. They're all doing some very exciting things in the sector at the minute, which you'll get to hear about from them later today. So before we kick off with the talks, I'd like to tell you a little bit about some of the other upcoming UKSEDS events. So for those of you who aren't familiar with UKSEDS, we are the UK's National Student Space Society, and we're run entirely by student and recent graduate volunteers. So we aim to provide opportunities like the Student Space Symposium to upskill and educate primarily university students, helping them break into careers within the sector. So this week, we launched our competitions for this academic year. We've got the Satellite Design Competition, National Rocketry Competition, and Olympus Rover Trials. So if you are keen to take part, make sure to sign up. You must enter as as part of an affiliated university branch, but this is very easy to do. You can head over to the UKSEDS website and register for free. The deadline to register your teams for competition will be in November, and more information can be found on the web pages. This year's Space Careers, which is our careers website, is turning 5. So make sure to tune in on the 7th of November for the Space Careers show. This will be an action-packed day full of virtual talks and fun activities targeted primarily to secondary school students. More information about this will be released in due course via our membership newsletter and on social media. So keep an eye out. And finally, if you haven't checked out our fantastic new podcast, Preparing for Launch, head over to Spotify, Apple Music, or wherever you get your podcasts from to hear the brilliant Caroline Swenson talk to some of the most exciting people in the space sector. Series 1 is almost coming to an end, so make sure to get caught up before we release season 2. So I've been speaking for quite some time now. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our first speaker to the stream. First up, we have William Eastdown, and I believe there will be a short changeover before we get him up. Cool. Does he know that?
Let's see what I can't hear you at the minute. Okay. Oops. Okay, we all good to go? Yep. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I'm William Eastdown. I'm here to talk to you today about my individual research project that I do for my MSc in Astronautics and Space Engineering at Cranfield University. So I'll be talking about on-orbit servicing and mission architecture for that, and all the associated bits of technology that need to go into that mission. So first of all, what is on-orbit servicing? So you can split it into 5 different types. Active debris removal is removing derelict satellites or other pieces of debris. Orbit maintenance is keeping satellites in particular desired orbits or moving them between orbits. Hardware replacement is swapping out modules on a spacecraft to upgrade its functionality or repair it. On-orbit assembly involves the construction of large structures like space stations or communications arrays. And on-orbit manufacture is the production of high-value materials in orbit to make use of the space environment. So what kind of on-orbit servicing has been done previously then? So early space shuttle missions were crewed, normally involving the space shuttle. On the left, you can see an example of the STS-49 mission servicing Intelsat 6. So that's being captured by hand by 3 astronauts there. But now with the development of robotic technologies, they are preferred because it means you can not need complicated life support systems and so on. So on the right, you can see an example of that. That's the Intelsat 901 satellite, as pictured from Northrop Grumman's Mission Extension Vehicle 1 back in February of this year, when the two docked together in geosynchronous orbit. So MEV-1 will act as a propulsion system for IS 901 for the next 5 years. So what kind of technology is important for on-orbit servicing? So I've focused on 4 different types. First of all, guidance, navigation and control, or GNC. That's used for absolute navigation, where you're finding your position and velocity relative to the Earth and the stars. Next up is a relative navigation system. So when you're approaching your target spacecraft, you want to know the distance to that spacecraft and your velocity relative to it. So the RNS does that. Grappling fixtures help you dock onto the target spacecraft. So on the right, you can see one called a dog tag, which is made by a company called Altius Space space machines, and I'll be coming back to that in a second. And finally, robotics is important so that you can use robot arms and so on to perform kind of operations like hardware replacement. So for my particular mission, I needed to come up with a mission architecture first of all. So mega constellations such as Starlink and OneWeb are becoming popular, so I thought one of them would make a good target, but I also wanted to target the most densely populated orbit. So to do that, I analysed a database by the Union of Concerned Scientists, and you can see some plots here that I produced by looking at that database. So the left-hand plot shows a big peak in the number of satellites between 500 and 600 kilometers altitude, and there are lots in geostationary altitude as well, but there are lots in low Earth orbit, so I've focused on that. And then the right-hand plot shows altitude versus inclination. So you can see kind of three distinct lines here. So this top line is at about 98 degrees inclination. That's all the satellites in sun synchronous orbit. This lower line, there's kind of one blob there and some here, is all the OneWeb satellites at about 88 degrees inclination. And then down here at about 53 degrees inclination is the Starlink constellation. So you can quite clearly see those three. I decided to target the OneWeb band in the end here because they include that dog tag grappling fixture already as part of their design. Although with the sun synchronous orbit being very densely populated, I decided I'd actually go for that orbit. So I'll be servicing a OneWeb-like satellite, but in sun synchronous orbit. So in terms of those particular systems then, GNC, Guidance, Navigation and Control being the first, for orbit determination and control, for working out our orbit, I decided to go for Global Navigation Satellite Systems, so GNSS, and in particular probably GPS, because that needs limited hardware, allows for autonomy, and can provide a pretty accurate orbit determination. And I'd be using the ground-based space surveillance network as a backup. And then for control of the orbit, I'll use 12 22 Newton thrusters, and you can see a picture of one on the right-hand side there. For attitude determination and control, so working out where the satellite is pointing and controlling that, I'll be using a star tracker that takes a picture of the stars and uses that to work out which way you're pointing. That will provide an accurate determination. Gyroscopes will also be able to track that over time. Sun sensors can provide a coarser determination for if you want to save power by not using the star tracker. And GPS can also be a backup for attitude determination. Again, I'll be using the thrusters, and reaction wheels will provide smoother control if I don't want to use the fuel for the thrusters. For the relative navigation system, I went for a 4-layer approach. So the GNC hands over to the RNS at about 80 kilometers range, and from 80 kilometers to 10 kilometers, I'm using a long focal length camera you can just kind of see a picture of the target as you're approaching. I then switch over to a LiDAR, so light detection and ranging system, in time of flight mode initially, so that measures the time it takes for a light pulse to get to the target, bounce off and come back. That gives you 3 centimeter range accuracy. And then as I get closer, within 20 meters, it switches to a triangulation mode, which has varying accuracy with range, but it can go down to sub-millimeter accuracy, so that's really useful. And then within 5 meters, I use another camera. So that dog tag has the grappling fixture has a black and white fiducial pattern on it that you can use for determining the pose of the target satellite. So that's how it's oriented relative to your servicer spacecraft. So I'll be using a camera for that. Moving on to grappling and robotics, we've spoken about the dog tag already. There's also a system that Altius Space Machines produce called the mag tag. There's a picture of it on the right-hand side there, top right. That's a magnetic grappling fixture, which would be useful for things like hardware replacement because it also allows power and data transfer. In terms of robot arms, you can see 2 on the bottom there. On the left is the next generation small Canadarm. On the right is DARPA's Friend arm. So I've gone for a design baseline kind of around those two, but mostly around the Friend arm because that's been tested quite extensively in thermal vacuum chambers, and that's about 77 kilos, that arm. I did have a look into tooling as well, but there really isn't much tooling currently available, so that's something that would need further development. So to conclude then, I'm servicing a OneWeb-like satellite, but in sun-synchronous orbit, and I've determined that on-orbit servicing is largely possible with current technologies, although some things like tooling will need further development. And thanks very much. Happy to take any questions.
Aaron, can you unmute me? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. That was a really great presentation. So to anybody watching at the moment, you can send through Q&As using the function in the bottom right-hand corner. So please do. First up, what was the kind of motivation behind your research into this? So why did you choose to look into this?
Yeah, so on-orbit servicing is something that's not really done very much. Apart from that, Northrop Grumman mission, and you can also classify cargo going up to the space station as servicing in a way, but it's really not being used much at the moment. But things like hardware replacement could really shift kind of how space is used, because it would mean that if you can change your parts every year or two, say, that means you don't have to spend loads of money on parts that have to last 15 years, say. So things like that, or producing materials in space, and also on-orbit assembly as well, will enable us to build structures that you couldn't possibly build in with one launch. So you can open up new mission types, so that on-orbit servicing could change the way we use space entirely.
Fantastic. And so the next question we have here is, has the reinvention of OneWeb affected your sort of baseline? And how has this really impacted your research?
Okay, yeah, it's a good question. It was interesting to track OneWeb throughout the project, because it went from being all up and running to going bankrupt to then coming back again, all within the space of the project. I think I would still probably keep OneWeb as the baseline, as it sounds like they are still planning to launch their full constellation of about 620 satellites. But it's something that I would need to keep a close eye on moving forward, and I could potentially shift the focus to other constellations or other satellites.
Fantastic. And we have one from Elliot, who asks, could it fix the James Webb if there is an issue post-launch?
In terms of kind of the robotics and so on, potentially. The trouble with James Webb is it's in a pretty distant orbit, and hasn't particularly been designed for servicing. So theoretically, if you could get a spacecraft out there, say the side panels of the telescope reflector fail to open, you could maybe get a spacecraft out there to give it a push, but I think it would be a bit kind of dodgy with how it's not been designed to be serviced.
Fantastic. And another question here: what applications would benefit most from on-orbit servicing?
So at the moment, geostationary orbit is the one where it seems like there's the most going on. So there's definitely a kind of commercial application that's been worked out there. But I think low Earth orbit is another big application. So for instance, deorbiting spacecraft could be quite important. So if even 1% of the OneWeb constellation failed to deorbit, that's 6 satellites that you've still got floating around up there that you're going to need to bring down. So you could use a spacecraft to go up, attach to it, and bring it back down, and that could be classified as on-orbit servicing.
Brilliant. So we don't seem to have any more questions coming through at the moment, but we are coming close to time. So thank you so much, William. And next up we have Rebecca, Eleanor, and Alice, who should be joining the call soon. In the meantime, if you did want to go grab a glass of water or stretch your legs, now's the time to do it. And we will be back shortly with our next speakers. Okay, so now we have Rebecca, Eleanor, and Alice ready to go.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you enjoy our event. My name is Rebecca.
And my name is Alice.
And we are members of Asteria, a student-led organization, a development team at the University of Edinburgh. So our goal is to design and launch the Oracle Swan 3U CubeSat into low Earth orbit in December 2021. The CubeSat has a payload which allows us to collect remote sensing data to be used for scientific purposes. Today, we are presenting our paper entitled Oracle 1, the hyperspectral imaging of stagnant water bodies and vegetation indices near Lake Victoria for mosquito-borne disease control, which describes the reasoning behind the scientific mission of Oracle 1. However, before starting, Alice will introduce yourself into today's topic via the following video.
UK has faced the disastrous effects of COVID-19 outbreak. Our lives have been seriously disturbed, and the global economy has been on the edge of collapsing. But the question still remains: is COVID-19 pandemic the only biological hazard we will confront in the 21st century? Currently, changes in the environmental factors are directly responsible for the modifications in the quality of vegetation and water bodies, which directly influence the global distribution of disease-carrying mosquitoes, the transmission patterns, and the interaction between hosts and vectors. Oracle 1 mission aims to support the global effort to achieve health coverage in the vulnerable African regions, consisting of nano-hyperspectral instrument which covers the visible and near-infrared spectrum. Oracle 1's payload can acquire imagery with a spatial resolution higher than Momentus, a spectral resolution more accurate than Hyperion, and a better visit time than Sentinels. the high-quality open-source data potentially can be of uttermost importance for national disease control programs. Save lives, use data.
So every year, 350 to 500 million cases of malaria cause more than 1 million deaths around the world. As you can see in the distribution of malaria cases map, nearly 95% of the cases occur in sub-Saharan Africa, with increased child and infant mortality rates. Meanwhile, other mosquito-borne diseases like dengue and yellow fever also infect millions of people annually, despite efforts to manage the outbreaks using insecticide-treated nets and other methods. Moreover, the strong changes in the climate impacts plant productivity and vegetal water use efficiency, as well as the soil conditions and the buildup of habitats for other organisms, including mosquitoes. Drought conditions also diminish the availability of potable water, encouraging the animals to share the same water sources and exposing them more easily to the infectious bites. Considering that mosquito breeding habitats have been shown to be centered around stagnant water bodies and vegetation, it is anticipated that there will be a change in the vector ecology and behavior, and an increase in the persistence of mosquito population, which first of all causes an increase in the spread of vector-borne diseases. Methods such as environmental management have become more promising, and it's quite an effective tool for vector control efforts by modification human habitation, vegetation, water, salinity. However, these methods of environmental management depend entirely on the accessibility of well-documented data monitoring these larval habitats, which does not exist to a sufficient extent for many regions affected by mosquito-borne diseases. The largest reservoir of fresh water on the African territory, it's Lake Victoria, so a basin located between Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi, and has been previously studied to show its influence on the populations of larval and adult disease-carrying mosquitoes in that region. So it is the main Oracle 1 mission's focus. Because the hot, humid climate of the Lake Victoria region has been previously shown to reduce the incubation period of mosquito-borne diseases, hence increasing transmitting rates to humans and animals over the last 50 years.
In order to monitor planetary surfaces, remote sensing using hyperspectral imaging has been used for over 20 years. The reason for this is that hyperspectral imagers are capable of measuring hundreds of narrow continuous or non-contiguous spectral bands simultaneously, ranging from ultraviolet to infrared wavelengths with a very high spatial resolution, resulting in dense spectral sampling of precise geographical locations. Previously, hyperspectral imaging has been used by satellites to monitor water bodies and vegetation by using the visible red, visible green, and near-infrared wavelengths to calculate the normalized difference vegetation index, also said as NDVI, and normalized difference water index, NDWI, of the desired geographical locations. NDVI is generally used to measure vegetative health, while NDWI is used to determine the presence of open water bodies or vegetation, making this an effective method of monitoring the regions of Lake Victoria that are prone to mosquito and larval breeding habitats. The goal of the Oracle 1 mission is to launch a 3U CubeSat containing a commercial hyperspectral imager into low Earth orbit to measure the wavelengths necessary to calculate NDWI and NDVI of the Lake Victoria region, and use this to map the stagnant water bodies relevant to vector disease control efforts and programs. The satellite will consist of a mix of commercial and customized components for orbital and satellite operations, including axis stabilizers, reaction wheels, solar panels, and an onboard computer and antennas for telemetry and data transmission. In addition, the primary payload will consist of a commercial line scanner hyperspectral imager with VNIR spectral range, 40 meters of spatial resolution, 270 spectral bands, 640 spatial bands, and much more. At an altitude of around 400 kilometers and an orbital inclination of 51.6 degrees, the revisit time to monitor Lake Victoria would be between 1 to 6 days for a total of 9 to 24 months before the satellite deorbits naturally. Since the mosquito lifespan is between 12 and 23 days, the data collected would be ideal to be correlated with existing studies of mosquito populations in that area. Once the data has gone through various stages of processing for calibration, removing the effects of atmospheric absorption and scattering, other errors caused by radiation's interaction with the atmosphere before being measured, and spectral mixing and variability, various algorithms already exist to effectively analyze the data and produce mappings of water bodies and vegetations in the Lake Victoria region during each pass for the entire duration of the mission. The resulting images can then be used to monitor the changes in water bodies and vegetation throughout the months, and even potentially to anticipate future changes in mosquito and vector populations.
As you can see, besides the scientific and educational purpose of the mission, it has the potential to also make a significant contribution to the UK space sector. Before we end off, we would like to thank you very much for listening, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the symposium. We would like also to thank the entire Asteria team for making this project possible.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Another absolutely fantastic talk. So as we wait for questions to roll in, one from us here. So what again was made you want to look into this? Do you were there any particular motivations? Obviously, you mentioned COVID at the beginning, and it seems fairly topical there.
I think it's more about saving lives and making a real impact in the world. So there are lots of poor communities who just don't have the health system so developed as other countries. So I think it's worth also helping these countries, and considering that the environmental management is quite a new tool and it seems to work, I think our satellite can really help them in this direction to make the necessary paces, also at the local society, so for each country, but also as a whole, so the African region, for increasing the life expectancy and contribute to the wealth of people there.
Fantastic. We have a question from Jacob here, and he wants to know, what were the biggest challenges for you in this project?
So I think the biggest challenges are regarding the data rates, because we are using an hyperspectral imager, so it will acquire very high quality data. However, the total amount of data and the data rates are very high. So we are trying right now to find some solutions to this. One of them will be to look into more ground stations, so as we can make the downlinking more easily.
Brilliant. Well, I think that's all we have time for at the moment. So we will take a short break now and resume back at 11:35. Thank you again to Rebecca, Eleanor and Alice for another fantastic talk.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
The British Interplanetary Society is delighted to be supporting UKSEDS today for this event by donating the use of our conferencing facilities, allowing you to stay safe while you continue to come together. I'm Elizabeth Anderson, the new Chief Executive at the BIS, and working with partner organisations to inspire the next generation of those working in the space industry and innovating in the space industry is really, really important to us. As we start to think about the future of our own organisation, we really hope that you will join with us to help to create the organisation that you will need to support you in your career going forward. As the oldest continuously operating space society in the world, and the leading space-related learner society in the UK, we are absolutely led by our members. From our suite of publications, our world-recognised events such as our annual Reinventing Space Conference, and the annual UK heats of the IAC student competition, which we organise, we provide unique opportunities and insights within the space industry in the UK and overseas. More than ever, we have a lot of opportunities to get involved in our work. So to find out more, visit bis-space.com or get in touch with me personally, elizabeth.anderson@bis-space.com. I really hope that you enjoy the event today and do think about getting involved in the BIS.
Hello everyone, welcome back. My name is Satch. I'm the other half of the UKSEDS team who will be introducing some of the wonderful speakers we have for you today. Before we do that, it is my great pleasure to introduce Martina Lockvist. Martina is a solutions architect at Momentus, and she's going to give a quick talk about some of the work that they do there, and that will be followed by a quick Q&A. Over to you, Martina.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you very much for having Momentus here to present. We're very happy to be sponsoring this UKSEDS conference. So as I was introduced, I'm a solutions architect at Momentus, and we provide in-space transportation. And I want to give you guys a little bit of an overview of what in-space transportation is and what is happening in the industry. So our vision is that a future where humanity is with all it needs to flourish throughout the solar system. And our mission is to provide the infrastructure services that supports all industry beyond Earth. So the space industry is booming, as I'm sure a lot of you are aware of. It is estimated to be worth $2.7 trillion in 30 years from now, according to Bank of America, Merrill Lynch. And there are some new space applications that are being introduced to the market, such as space tourism, space manufacturing, data processing in space, space power, and more. And this space is also becoming less dependent on Earth. So the space economy will gradually have its own kind of economy. So it's really exciting. It's a truly good time to be in this industry because there's a lot happening. So if we're looking at trends in terms of in-space transportation, we can see that there are more and more satellites being sent up each year as the rockets are getting larger. And the reason for this is that the costs of sending things up to space is decreasing significantly. So if you just look at the diagram here, you can see that the price per kilogram is dropping from year to year. Which is great because that opens up a lot of opportunities for new startups to develop satellites and send them up to space, as well as to students like yourselves to build a satellite and send it up, which is really exciting to see the new applications that are coming into the industry. So space will essentially become the new source of wealth. There's different areas such as solar energy, propellant, construction raw materials, rare and precious materials, microgravity, all of these things can be utilized in the space industry. And it's going to be exciting to see what kind of applications and what kind of new markets emerge as we start utilizing some of these things more in space. And transportation will be the major enabler of the future of space. So space is not the exception. Transportation has been the main enabler of most industries because it's the cost, capabilities, and reliability of transportation that really enables new industries. So, for example, the steam engine led to industrialization, turbine and aviation industry created tourism, alternating current drove electrification, and optical fiber enabled the internet. So we really believe that in-space transportation is the next big enabler of the space industry. So the problem that we're trying to solve is that there's a lot of launch vehicles that go to standard orbits, and rideshare customers are often unable to achieve the orbits they require for optimal performance. So our solution is to be this last mile in space transportation, and we offer some of our offerings are lowest cost alternative, enable new missions, expand mission capabilities, provide schedule convenience, and environmentally conscientious is something we're working towards as well. And kind of how this works is that we go up with a SpaceX Falcon 9, and then our spacecraft gets dropped off, and we have satellites attached to it, and then those satellites get deployed at various orbits. And I'll show you a little video later on as well. We also provide a hosted payload service where you can actually test out different experiments. So once we've deployed the different satellites, we're still in orbit and are able to test other payloads that want to stay on our vehicle. These are the vehicles that we have in our roadmap. So Vigoride is the one that we are currently working on, and Arteride will be introduced in 2022. we'll be able to go further. So Vigoride is focused on LEO, but ArcRide will go to MEO, GEO, HEO, and Lunar. And then Fervoride to deep space. And in terms of rockets, we have a contract with SpaceX, so we're partnering with them for our first few launches. But we're compatible with a lot of different rockets, so we're also looking into other rockets to fly with. But Falcon 9 will be the first one that we fly on. We're going to fly this December, so it's coming up soon, which is really exciting. And we offer 2 different services. One is charter service, which is you get the whole vehicle for yourself, so one customer. And then the shuttle service is you have multiple customers on one vehicle. And then our first mission that we had in 2019 was the El Camino Real. So we use a microelectrothermal thruster, which essentially think of a microwave, but a much, much, much stronger microwave. And then you put water in it. So what happens to the water and how the molecules move, that's essentially what we do with our thruster as well. And water is our propellant. So it's a patented thruster that we have. We have about 9 patents. And we tested this back in 2019. And now we're going to fly our first commercial mission in December. So Vigoride is the vehicle that we're using to begin with. So as you can see here, we put the satellites inside deployers. So all the CubeSats go in these deployers here, and then these are microsats. And then we put them on top of our Vigoride vehicle that has solar panels that will expand. And I'll show you a video now so you get some better insight on how it works. So here. Oh. So that was Vigoride that you just saw, and we have multiple missions coming up in 2021. The first one, as I mentioned, is going to be later this year in December, and a few more next year, and then we're ramping up the development for the following year. So it's very exciting for us because we're just starting off now with getting all these commercial rides in place. And this is our global presence, so we have customers spread out around the world, which is very nice. And I also want to let you know that we are hiring right now. If you go to our LinkedIn page, you can find a lot of different job positions there. We also have an internship program. So if you go to our website, you can find a blog post about our internship program. So please take a look at that if you're interested. We do hire people who are international as well. So we're located in California, but we have a global presence. So please get in touch with me if you have any questions, if you want to find out more about Momentus in general, if you want to fly with us, or if you want to work with us. So thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Martina, for that wonderful presentation. I will quickly check the question forum, see if we have any quick questions for Martina. We are a little bit behind, so any come through.
Yeah, no worries.
So we do have one question, Martina. How would you ensure to keep space debris at a minimum? Would all the satellites be able to come back to Earth?
So our plan for the Vigoride vehicle is to be reusable in the future. So we're hoping to develop water depots in space where you can essentially refuel these vehicles. It wouldn't be going back to Earth. Instead, it would be staying up in space, so we don't have to send up as many vehicles.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again, Martina. We are now going to move on with the schedule. I'm going to introduce our next speaker and our next research. So Chris Wright is going to be talking about the application of shape memory alloys for the in-orbit development of CubeSat solar arrays. Over to you, Chris.
Hi, thank you very much. So yeah, as you just said, I am looking to develop the application of shape memory alloys for the in-orbit deployment of CubeSat solar arrays. The goal of this project was to develop a new novel deployment mechanism for CubeSat solar arrays that would increase the reliability of appendage deployment. Small satellites such as CubeSats are often developed by groups such as universities and small and medium-sized enterprises who sometimes have smaller budgets than those involved with large-scale satellites such as government bodies and large enterprises. Because of this, they have less resources, both financial and time, to allocate to the design and testing. This, unfortunately, has the knock-on effect of sometimes increasing the likelihood of an in-orbit failure. When these issues occur, they can often lead to partial or even full mission failure. And this undoubtedly leads to insurance claims that cause a rise in insurance premiums, which can be detrimental to the accessibility of space. To address this issue, the goal is to increase reliability by designing a system that can be repeatedly tested and reset without the need to use consumables in the deployment. So this would increase reliability by removing any uncertainty that arises through using new components such as consumables that have not been used or tested prior to launch. So this goal was achieved by using shape memory alloys. The most suitable method that I found to be possible. So shape memory alloys have a unique characteristic not found in other alloys, whereby the phase change from martensite to austenite and vice versa is a reversible process. So this allows the phase change and an associated geometry change to occur repeatedly. And it is this geometry change that can be leveraged to achieve actuation. The actuation process itself has low shock, which means appendage deployment will not adversely affect the attitude of the satellite. The shape memory alloy that is utilized in this study is a nickel titanium alloy, commonly called nitinol. In addition to having the actuation ability, there is also other properties of nitinol that are advantageous. So the alloy composition lends itself to the application in space. The titanium provides high strength to weight ratio, which means that actuation devices can be small and lightweight while still providing the necessary strength. And the nickel composition reduces the outgassing value of the alloy, as nickel has very low outgassing value itself, and it's often used to plate other metals that have higher outgassing values. So another advantage of using Nitinol is that to actuate the satellite appendage, large mechanical forces can be generated from small amounts of the alloy. So this has the inherited advantage of requiring minimal amounts of power to heat the very small actuating devices. So using a typical battery option with capacities between anywhere from 2,600 milliamps up to 5,200 milliamps, the actuation mechanisms will use between 0.3 and 2.3% of the total battery capacity, dependent on the number of solar arrays. So this is ideal because keeping power requirements to a minimum is ideal in satellite missions. So it's the shape memory effect phenomenon that is actually utilized in this study. So the graph here demonstrates the transition of a shape memory alloy from one phase to another. Oh, can you not? Anything there?
At the moment.
Not at the moment. Okay. Let's see what we got. Bear with me. How's that?
Yep, we can see that now. It's just loading up.
Okay.
Okay, back over to you then, Chris.
Thank you very much. So is it just the graph you can see at the moment?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. So yeah, as I was saying, so the graph here demonstrates the transition of a shape memory alloy from one phase to another. So starting on the left-hand side, the alloy is 100% martensite, and as the temperature of the alloy is increased, the alloy will stay 100% martensite up until the AS temperature, or austenite start. So here, any further increase in temperature will reduce the percentage of martensite and in the alloy and increase the percentage austenite up to the point where AF temperature, or austenite finish, is reached. At this point, the alloy is now 100% austenite and will have completed both the phase and associated geometry change. So the shape memory effect can be a one-way or a two-way process. So a one-way process will have one remembered position, which is the austenite phase. So as the alloy cools back again into the martensite phase, there will be no change to the alloy's geometry. This means that once solar arrays have been deployed, they will remain in the position even after the shape memory alloy has cooled down again. A two-way process, on the other hand, has a remembered position in both the martensite and austenite phase. And if a two-way alloy was used for this application, then the solar arrays would return to the stored position after the tabs had cooled down again. So the full system in this study consists of two separate mechanisms. There's the shape memory alloy hinge deployment and the retain and release mechanism, both of which use the shape memory effect. The same phenomenon was used in both mechanisms so as to reduce the number of different technologies in the overall satellite. The first step of deployment will involve unpinning the solar arrays from the CubeSat. So prior to deployment, when the CubeSat is loaded into the launch vehicle, the retention mechanism will be seen in the state that it is in the left-hand image. The mechanism pins the deployable arrays in position by sliding shafts through slots attached to the arrays, and this prevents any premature deployment of the solar arrays, which could lead to serious issues. To unpin the arrays ready for deployment, a pin puller must be actuated, and this is achieved once again by utilizing the shape memory effect inherent in Nitinol. So a nickel titanium wire, seen in green on the right-hand image, is threaded through a course of routers, and the wire has been stretched while in the martensite phase and then connected to the lever arm. Once the alloy is heated, the wire will contract back to its original length, and in doing so, pull the pin from the slot. From this point, compressed springs will then slide the release plate away from the rest of the mechanism, and in doing so, unpin the solar arrays. So this process can be seen in the following motion study. So here we have the retain and release mechanism seen at the front of the image with a generic power supply in blue at the back. So first the contraction of the nitinol wire will be seen, and this will be followed by the release plate being driven away by the compressed springs. So this mechanism will be the focus of mechanical finite element analysis, which includes the rocket launch and pyrotechnic firings, as there are numerous components that are 3D printed in the current design, which could be subject to quite large stresses. But once that has occurred, then the SMA hinge deployment can take place. So this mechanism involves 2 nickel titanium tabs per deployable array. So they're both attached to the fixed and deployable solar array, with a piano hinge also there to guide and support the deployment. So the tabs will have a remembered austenite geometry of a flat sheet, but when cool and malleable in the martensite phase, they'll be folded manually into the launch configuration, seen on the top right image. And then when mission controllers are ready to deploy the arrays, the tabs will be heated to the austenite finish temperature, which will result in the tabs reverting to their remembered flat position as they shift phase. And as they do this, they will deploy the arrays. And once again, this can be seen in the following motion study. But another advantage that shape memory alloys have is they have the additional operating features that can be desirable for satellite missions. So firstly, it's possible to define the remembered position of the alloy. So this can be achieved by fixing the alloy in the desired position and then soaking it in a heat chamber for a predetermined amount of time. So this therefore gives the possibility to have the tabs on each array remember different positions, meaning that all the arrays do not have to be deployed at the same angle. So this is advantageous for mission planners, as they can tailor the solar array's deployed position so that they achieve the highest exposure to the sun throughout the duration of the mission. In addition to this, the amount of power that is supplied to the arrays can also be altered in order to increase or decrease the deployment time to suit the conditions of the current orbit. So, for example, less power will be required when the satellite is exposed to the sun, as the ambient temperature of the alloy will be higher than that of when it is in an eclipse. So the final motion study here just shows how the arrays can be deployed at a slower pace and to a different finished position. And finally, the next steps for this project are to carry out most of the COVID postponed testing. So this includes mechanical FEA in order to simulate the loads experienced in launch from pyrotechnic firings as well. Thermal FEA will also be required to analyse the system's response to solar radiation and the resultant convection heating of the alloy. So this is to ensure that there are no adverse effects such as warping that could lead to bonding or actuation issues. There's also certain empirical tests that can be used to provide critical data for the design. For example, measuring the accuracy of the alloy to return to its original geometry will be essential when considering applications such as tailoring the arrays to position to maximise solar exposure. And there's also some questions around the optimization of the actuation tabs. For example, if they could provide enough rigidity to keep the arrays within the allowed envelope, then they could potentially warrant the retain release mechanism obsolete, and this would save a lot of weight and space inside the satellite. Or additionally, the thickness of the tabs could be reduced to remove unnecessary weight if the actuation force is sufficient on a thinner alloy. And finally, the manufacturing and materials processes will be used to prototype and evaluate the performance of the mechanisms in a simulated space environment. Thank you very much for listening, and I welcome any questions.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience during this time. We've had some slight technical issues. This is obviously very new for us, and we are just working a few things out. Without any further ado, I'm very happy to welcome Sam Ravi-Raja, who will be presenting Rapid Alien Language Categorization, Framework for the Time-Sensitive Interpretation of Alien Communication for More or Less Intelligent Life. Over to you, Sam and Junaid.
Okay, hello everyone.
Hello.
Sorry, can you hear us?
We can.
I'll confirm
Perfect.
that. Okay, lovely. So first of all, before we go, I can appreciate the title of the paper can be a bit of a mouthful, but essentially all our paper is about is analysing alien language when we first contact them and how that integrates into the whole process of first contact with aliens. So I'm Junaid Arif. I'll be presenting with Sam.
Hi, I'm Sam. We're really happy to be here today. And first of all, happy World Space Week. And I'm a student studying aerospace engineering at University of Leicester.
And I'm doing a computing apprenticeship and generally have a big interest in space.
So today we're going to present to you a topic that we found was quite fascinating and quite new. So here we go. So most of you have asked or heard the question, do aliens exist? I think we're asking the wrong question. When it comes to science, what we believe doesn't really matter, but facts matter. Today we're going to ask, what do we do if aliens exist? And further, what do we do if and when we come in contact with them?
So when we initially kind of asked people about this paper and feedback on it, one of the things that they said was, this is really ridiculous. We're not going to meet aliens anytime soon. Well, I came back and said, hey, I actually just lost my wallet yesterday, and that's something that I wasn't prepared for. And now I've got to do this whole process of cancelling my cards, trying to make sure my identity hasn't been stolen. I've got to do all that process. Well, in the same way here, it's not about, just saying how ridiculous the scenario is. It's about preparing for it, because when it does happen, there's not much that you can do. And that's why we feel that it's quite an important area to complete research on.
So through our research, we found out that there are a couple of more likely scenarios that might happen. The first and foremost, aliens visit us because they have the means to do so. We discover aliens and have no choice but to talk, as we have been seen and discovered. So it becomes a situation where we need to respond to tell them, don't harm us, we won't harm you, basically. And there are other less likely scenarios, but they're beyond the scope of our paper, and we won't be talking about that today. But these include discovering life that is in the form of microbes or less intelligent life.
So first things first, we've essentially divided our approach into two parts. So there's the element of rapid response, where you've got to complete this really quick risk management methodology. You've really got to first look at the aliens and analyze, what are their intentions, who are they, where are they from, why are they here, that kind of thing. And then there's the long-term element, and that long-term element is what happens when you've established that they're peaceful. What happens when we want to cooperate with them further, we want to talk to them further. So really, our paper looks at it from those two standpoints, looking at rapid response and long-term response from a linguistic perspective, but also more of like a sociology perspective. So first things first, with rapid response. So as I said, the aim is to complete a huge risk assessment to ensure there's no harm imminent, and to initially understand what's going on. So we aim to complete a short-term evaluation and assess risk, and then the output of that, what we're aiming for is for safety, no harm to any parties, and more importantly, some kind of mutual agreement or mutual understanding between the two parties. That's the most important thing that we're kind of going for.
So obviously, before we can jump into that, we need to establish a mode of communication, or else how are we going to convey the message of what to do and what not to do to both parties? And for that, we propose that we must study in depth the way how they can receive a message, and some of the factors that affect the rapid response system are the following on the screen, such as senses and physiology. Do they have any receiving senses? Can they see us? Can they hear us? can they sense surfaces? So using this, we can devise a method of communicating with them. Further, they might be advanced in different ways than we can even predict. And these could be, maybe they will respond to gestures, or they have technological implants with them. So we might have to build a completely new system that composes with electronics and use that to communicate with them. Or they could be very highly advanced that we don't have to do anything. They will just do it themselves because they have the powers to do so. For example, telepathy.
Yeah, one of the things that I want to talk about as well is sharks have a sixth sense where they can sense electromagnetic fields within the water, and us humans can't do that, and that's how sharks live and hunt. So we can imagine if we had aliens with some other kind of sense, then talking to them by using audio wouldn't be very helpful. It may even agitate them. So it's really important to understand initially, how do they want to communicate with us? What is their method of communication? What's their physiology? Do they have lefts and rights? That kind of thing. So it's really important that we take that into account as well. So when we were kind of looking at how we might respond to aliens, we fell upon quite a militaristic approach of information gathering. So essentially the objective is, you've got this unknown species that you've now met. Initially you consider them a security risk, so what do? Well, we gather intelligence, we gather information on them. And we have this continuous cycle of where we gather information, analyze it, evaluate it, and then distribute it, amongst countries. And with that, we have many factors that we have to look at initially, just to see, to get an initial understanding of the aliens. So there's human safety and security, first and foremost. Are the aliens a direct threat to us? Are the aliens a direct threat to human food supplies? What would be the political or media reaction to aliens? Could this cause riots? Could this cause a rogue state to go and start launching missiles at aliens? All these considerations we have to consider in human security. We've got the intentions of ET life, and this is quite an interesting one because initially there is a binary choice of do they want to hurt us or not. But there is also the element of they could be here for tourism. They could be here just to harvest our planet, but not harm us. They could be here for some really specific weird reasons that we're not aware of. So initially establishing that intention, do they want to harm us or not, and exactly what they're here for is really important. We also have negotiation and the power and the nature of dialogue. So are the aliens willing to negotiate? How will they negotiate? Are they aggressive? Things like that. And then we have the offensive capability and extent of awareness. So are the aliens initially, can we see weapons? Are they trying to intimidate us? What can we tell about their intentions based on their offensive capability? What have they done to us? Have they harmed anyone so far? There's also suitability of selected engagement party. So of course you see in movies, they always send, like 3 scientists, they go in and they somehow manage everything. Well, that's not the case in real life. You'll need to determine who are we actually going to send in? Are we going to get, a government to respond to the aliens? Are we going to get scientists, etc.? And we have as well managing the announcement of ET life to the population. So this really links into human safety and security. It may be that the aliens announce themselves to the world. It may be that a nation state who received the aliens needs to keep it secret just so we don't cause a mass panic and we get more threats to humans. So really it's about this process of analyzing these factors continuously by gathering intelligence so we can make a risk assessment. We also came up with, from a linguistics perspective, there are some important things that you need to know when you form a plan to analyze a language. So these are essentially some of the findings, in summary, some of the findings that we had in our paper. So first of all, sentiment analysis is the core process needed to make an effective assessment of risk. So what is sentiment analysis? So sentiment analysis is basically analyzing whether what someone's opinion of you is. Are they happy? Are they sad? Do they like you? Do they hate you? And why? That kind of thing. So we want to look at various signs that the aliens are showing us. Are they showing us weapons? Are they being silent? Are they being cautious? And we use that to understand what is their sentiment about us. Do they come in peace? Do they like us or hate us? The second thing we found out was grammatical rules and language syntax are completely irrelevant to understanding language. So if you're communicating with a blind person, for example, you can talk to them by voice, and they can often understand you no matter how you're speaking. If you're talking to someone foreign from another country, the same thing applies. Even if you're not talking to someone at all, body language speaks way more than language syntax when we speak. So that's a huge thing as well. And there's also the element of distinguishing between semantics and pragmatics. So semantics is the meaning of a language, and pragmatics essentially is the meaning in context. So things like sarcasm can be pragmatic. So we distinguish between what the aliens mean. If the aliens mean, if they tell us to retreat, for example, in a negotiation, that could mean withdraw your statement. But in a military scenario, it could mean retreat because we're going to kill you. So it's about understanding context. And the final two are the existence of morphemes and phonemes and physiology. So morphemes and phonemes are units of language. So what's the smallest unit of language that we can understand? So, for example, if I say the word ask and asked, that ed at the end is a morpheme because it changes the meaning of the word. So how do their words change in terms of meaning? And physiology as well, like we spoke about before, considering do they have lefts and rights? Can they understand us? That kind of thing.
So after identifying those key features, to move on to the next level, we must understand their intelligence level. And in order to do that, we decided it would be good to have a reference point. And that reference point is human-like intelligence. And we start from there asking, are they more like us or are they less like us? And using that, we can determine where they lie on the scale. Are they less intelligent or are they like super intelligent? Are they godlike? And using that, we can devise a method, a preferred method of communicating with them. And we can use that to further go into a long-term plan with them if we wish to have some sort of treaty with them to share information or start projects, anything. It could be anything. And the main reason why we need to do this, why we need to continue communicating with them would be because they might hold information, they might have solved issues that we're facing here on Earth, such as climate change, natural disasters, diseases. They might have a solution to all of that, and we could benefit from that. And they might have technology that they could share with us, for example, space travel. If they've made it all the way to Earth, it makes sense that we could also start being a galactic species by getting that knowledge from them. More importantly, they might know the answers about the very universe and its creation itself. If they live longer, they might know how was the universe born, and if they enlighten us with that kind of information, that could change a lot of things here on Earth. It would definitely have a huge impact in terms of philosophy and religion as well.
So, long-term evaluation. So this is the second aspect of alien response that our paper looks at. So what happens when we've got this short-term contact, we've developed some kind of rapport or mutual understanding with them. Well, now we need a deeper picture of any language or any method that we use to talk to them. So how do we do this? And one of the things that we found out as well, getting a text representation of language is critical, whether that's English or any other kind of encoding or character type. We need a textual representation, and that's because we can use computational sociolinguistics, which is essentially a field that uses techniques in computing to analyze language. And obviously for that, you need some kind of text representation. So what can we study? So there's a lot of factors that can affect language. There's gender. We've seen in the past as well, gender used to be binary. It would affect the way people would talk. Obviously now we know gender is not binary, and that has also changed the way we communicate. There's age. So in our research, we found that old people talk in a more standard way. So if the aliens talk more consistently, they could be older. Changing social relationships, style shifting. So style shifting is when, if I'm talking to my boss, I'm going to be talking in a respectful style. If I'm talking to my friend, I'm going to talk about in an informal style. So we can look at how their style shifts as to how and how that kind of affects the way we look at them. Community dynamics as well, so how they live together. Multilingual communication, which is a much later aspect, but do they have different languages, and how do they talk in those different languages?
We definitely learned that by learning those factors, we understand so much more about them and come to a negotiation on what method to use to communicate with them.
Yeah, so I'm conscious of time. So if you guys want to know more about where we talk about all these factors that we can analyze using computational linguistics, feel free to read our paper. We outline all that in there. So I guess the main thing that it boils down to, what we're aiming for is we need to raise awareness, because without awareness, there's no way any government or any science organization is going to actually adapt this. And frameworks need to be made. We need to advocate for this, because if it's not taken seriously, how's it going to work? And industry needs to consider it as well. We can't have scientists innovating in the background unless it's not actually going to be used. So that's another kind of element. So yeah, I think that's it from us. Thanks for listening. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask. And please feel free to send us an email on that email address as well.
Yeah, we'd be happy to share the full paper as well.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam and Junaid. As before, everyone, the questions over to you. I think we may have one that's come through. Here we are. So first one, sorry, it's about the paper and recording. So yes, this has been recorded and it will be available on YouTube after the event, and the full papers will be published as well after the event.
Okay.
So more of a technical one. From Richard Padden to you, Sam and Junaid, do you think that if we met aliens with higher or godlike intelligence, then it would be them that would devise an effective communication method rather than us?
Yeah, definitely. We actually went over that in the first few slides. We can either create a mutual language, understanding each other's receiving senses, or we can learn from them, they can learn from us. So there are different possibilities, and that is definitely a big possibility. Especially if they're more advanced, it makes sense to use their skills or powers to.
I feel like, as well, on the contrary, it's important to have two perspectives on this. So, so an example for me, if someone's telling me, you've got to take this kind of medicine, I'm going to question it myself. I'm going to want to analyze it. I'm going to want to say, do we do this or not? So I think it's important as well. If they have this kind of godlike intelligence and these properties, it's also important for humans to look at that and try and comprehend that as best as they can. So if I'd imagine at that point they would practically know English, or they would know how to communicate with us anyway.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next speakers will be Craig Orrock and Caroline Swenson, and they will be discussing their paper investigating the feasibility of centrifugal gravity space station in low Earth orbit. Over to you, Caroline and Craig.
There we go. Hello everyone. Thank you for listening to our presentation. Caroline and I have written a paper studying how feasible or practical a centrifugal gravity space station would be and how it could potentially be built. We also study the health risk an astronaut could potentially have from spending such a long time zero gravity. And we examined past space stations to see how they've approached building a space station. I'll now hand over to Caroline to explain the health risk of astronauts in space, along with other past historical space stations.
There are other additional aspects to the feasibility of a space station in low orbit. Such space stations are feasible if they are inhabiting humans for an extended period of time, for example, what we see in the International Space Station. What comes along with that is low Earth orbit, is microgravity. We all know the negative effects of microgravity on the human body, but we might not know or realize the severity of them, and these only worsen with extended long-term inhibition, which is expected with those low Earth orbit satellites and stations. This includes harmful effects such as loss of muscle and decreases in bone density. Although astronauts on board the International Space Station exercise regularly, it is not enough to offset the effects of microgravity. However, the more data we receive about long-term exposure to microgravity, the more we'll be able to design a space station to reduce such harmful effects. Additionally, there are a variety of historical examples that allow us to retrospectively evaluate the feasibility of a low Earth orbit station. They serve as excellent examples that make us think, are these space stations providing enough scientific data and discoveries while posing minimal risk? The Soviet Union Mir space station on the left was a successful example of how a low Earth orbit station can be a surge into a larger, more advanced station while being a successful station for scientific experiments in microgravity itself. The Mir space station was the first modular station that was assembled in orbit and the largest artificial satellite in orbit until the International Space Station. However, there are some unsuccessful plans to build centrifugal gravity stations, such as the failed Nautilus concept by NASA, which can be seen on the right, which was never built due to negative cost-benefit analysis. Therefore, it is clear that there are positive and negative examples and benefits to a low Earth orbit space station.
So artificial gravity is a popular science fiction trope found in many books and movies over the years, which are typically set in the future. Usually, however, it's based on shaky scientific foundation rather than anything in reality. However, there is a way to be able to simulate the effect of gravity in space, which is by using a phenomenon known as centrifugal force. It's commonly stated that the centrifugal force is not a real force. To understand why, it's important to consider inertial frames of reference. From the perspective of someone outside of a space station, anyone inside it is being pressed against the wall, due to the inertia of the astronaut wanting to continue on a tangential velocity. But the wall of the space station forces them to continue to follow a circular path. From the perspective of someone inside space station, however, it would appear that there is a mysterious force pressing them down against the floor of the space station. This is known as the centrifugal force. The equation on the right here gives the speed and gravitational acceleration by anyone inside the rotating space station. A is the gravitational acceleration in meters per second, R is the radius of the space station in meters, and N is the revolution per minute of the space station. When designing a rotating space station, there are a few important engineering challenges to keep in mind. Astronauts are only able to withstand angular velocity up to a certain limit before feeling nausea. It would find that 1.71 revolution per minute allowed even the most prone to motion sickness people to climb it with very few side effects. It was found that the upper limit for trained astronauts was around 3 revolutions per minute, and the majority of trained astronauts were able to climb it within a day or two. When astronauts are walking around the station, they will be temporarily going above or below the tangential velocity of the ring. It will be important to ensure that tangential velocity of sufficiently high value such that any possible movement by the astronaut will not be likely to change it by a significant margin, which would change the simulated gravitational field. As mass moves around the space station, either from astronauts moving, visiting spacecraft, or storing cargo in different parts of the space station, it will be necessary to have a system to redistribute the mass so that the center of mass always remains in the middle. The simplest and easiest way to achieve this would likely be with water pumps. As any crew living aboard a station will require a large supply of water, and because water is relatively dense, this makes it a good choice for any mass redistribution system. Finally, the space station modules themselves are important too. The engineering challenges behind designing a specific space station module is beyond the scope of this paper, and instead a commercially available module will be used instead. In this paper, we selected the Bigelow Aerospace inflatable B330 modules and the B2100 modules. This showed a very simple implementation that could be achieved within a decade. I've created a 3D model here which shows a single B330 module attached via tether to a counterweight containing equivalent mass of water. Instead of having to continue a closed ring, the module can simply be spun at a distance from the centre of mass by itself. To reduce cost, the gravity is only half of that mass, which means a smaller tether can be used, which reduces the quantity of launches needed. The station would have 330 cubic meters of habitable volume, which is similar to that of the International Space Station. The estimated cost for building and launching the station was estimated to be around £2.5 billion, which is much cheaper than the International Space Station estimated $150 billion. The issue with this simple implementation is that any visiting spacecraft requires space station to stop revolving before it's able to dock. This can become an issue if ships are frequently visiting, as it will consume a large amount of fuel to continuously keep accelerating and decelerating the space station. As perhaps a second or third centrifugal gravity space station in the future, I come up with this concept. This is a much larger space station utilising 16 B2100 modules, each module containing 2100 cubic metres of space, giving a total habitable volume of 33,600 cubic metres to be able to live and work in. With a radius of 100 metres and a rotational rate of 3 revolutions per minute, this space station is capable of providing simulated gravity equal to that of Earth. The cost was estimated to be approximately £80 billion for the launch and material cost alone. While this is expensive, it's still cheaper than the cost of the International Space Station while having a much larger internal volume. The advantage of a space station like this is that the docking port can be in the middle. Any visiting spacecraft can simply match the rotation of the space station before docking. Additionally, as there will still be a microgravity environment in the middle, any scientific experiment requiring this can still be performed by simply leaving experiments in the middle of the ring, free of any simulated gravitational field. So far, though, we've only discussed the potential application of simulated gravity for space station, but this is not necessarily just for space stations alone. In the future, when we send astronauts to other planets, it may be possible to implement centrifugal gravity. This would typically be for the habitation section of the spacecraft where the astronauts live and work. When returning from a planet with different gravity, the ring would be able to steadily increase or decrease the rate of rotation, which means astronauts could climb it over time to a different gravitational strength, meaning astronauts will be able to safely land and live on the surface of the Earth without the danger of spending such a long period of time in a different gravitational field. There are also more exotic applications, such as implementing it on a crewed base on another planet or moon. The base could be constructed on a large, inverted, conical-shaped ring, where the magnitude of the force vector from the planetary body and the force vector from the artificial centrifugal gravity could be combined to produce a single, overall, simulated gravitational field equivalent to that of Earth. As we've shown, building a centrifugal gravity space station is not only feasible, but in fact very achievable with current technology. The increasing commercialization of space means that these space stations could be built more cheaply and quickly than current efforts by national space agencies. Such a large space station could offer us a jumping-off point for interplanetary or even interstellar spacecraft departing the Earth. It would also allow us to continue the industrialization of space, even to the point where we could assemble spacecraft in orbit and leave them in space on a permanent basis. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. This has been a very, very brief overview of our space station concept that we've come up with. More technical details are available in the paper, along with more detailed analysis. So, from both myself and Caroline, thank you for listening. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Craig and Caroline. So, as before, everyone, questions for Craig and Caroline? Okay, while I wait for that to load, I have a question for you both. In addition to all these technical challenges that you've discussed, do you foresee any changes being required in policy to be able to envisage such quite a bold vision?
Yeah, because I think you can make parallel with the International Space Station, how that's a multinational effort. I think for any significantly larger space station, I don't think it's really feasible for it to be achievable with a single nation. I think it would require an international collaboration. So I think there is possibly scope there to continue to work together at an international level. I definitely don't think it's achieved by any single space agency or by themselves.
I agree, just the legality of that.
We have a question from the audience. So why do you think rotational artificial gravity solutions have not already been implemented?
Well, I'll take this question if you want, Caroline. So I think it's mostly because the International Space Station it was based on Space Shuttle, so any module getting delivered had to fit inside Space Shuttle cargo bay. The Mir space station mentioned previously, all the modules had to fit inside these smaller, more limited rockets available at the time. But nowadays, because we've got commercial technology allowing us much larger and larger rockets, which is only going to drive down the costs. So I think it's only just now feasible because we've got the combination of commercial space station modules and commercial rockets, reducing the cost, reducing the complexity, and making it more simple overall.
Thank you very much. So one long one from Richard Padden here. Do you think we would be able to make the length of the tether between the habitable module and the counterweight variable in the first design? And how do you think that could dock with this station?
Yeah, so if you want, obviously, to be able to increase or decrease the simulated gravitational field, you cannot absolutely alter a tether. In my concept, in the paper I've got a cross section of a tether in multiple different sections fitting inside the cargo bay of a rocket. I deliberately chose a simple permanent tether to reduce the complexity of it, but I think there's definitely a scope to have a variable tether, which would then make it a lot more closer to Earth's gravity. But I think it's introducing more challenges, because a space station is already very, very complex, so introducing another moving part, if you like, is obviously increasing the engineering effort required, and reducing more failure points, introducing more things to go wrong, which obviously in space cannot afford to have.
Okay, I think we've got one final question here. This is a bit of fun, so maybe for both of you. If you met the head of NASA or perhaps any other space agency and you had to convince them, what would you say in 20 seconds?
Oh, God.
Will I go first if you want?
You go for it.
Yeah, I would say, space is important. You want more people going to space. You want to make space safer, better. You want to make space accessible for everyone. Tourists, trained astronauts. You want more people going in space, and you want people going into space cheaper and more effectively. And what better way to do that than simulating gravity?
I would say at one point we need to get another space station that's not the ISS, and we need to expand on that, learn from that, but grow.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the great questions. So we're now going to go to another sort of 2-minute break, and we'll welcome our final speaker before lunch. See you then. Hello everyone, welcome back. We have our final speaker before lunch. We have Suchetan Mumagati, and he will be presenting his paper, Multi-Perceptual Modalities Message Delivery Model, known as Mailbox. Over to you, Suchetan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting my paper, Multi-Perceptual Modalities Message Delivery Module, named Mailbox. It's basically a payload design, and it's based on the Voyager record and the Pioneer plates previously sent in the 70s. As you can recognize this is the Voyager Golden Records. It was designed by Carl Sagan and Frank Drake in the 70s. It was mounted aboard the Voyager spacecraft, and it meant to represent humanity and Earth to any alien civilization that might come across it. It has several images and audio. It has including music, and it even has 55 languages, greetings in 55 languages. But over the years, the Voyager Golden Record has been criticized. It has been criticized for two major reasons, and those are its primary assumptions that the Golden Records has taken. And those assumptions are one, that one is the universality of mathematics and science, that our mathematics and science is similar to that of the aliens or any intelligent life form out there. And another assumption is that they have similar sensory abilities of an average human. So based on these, there have been several criticisms on the Voyager Golden Record by linguists and scientific communities that say that the interpretation of the Voyager Golden Record could be completely misread, and basically you would even have to decode the message, the encryption on the record, to actually play the record, build a record, and even play the record. So how would one send a physical message in space, avoiding these assumptions with current studies and technology available? That's basically the project, the paper. So for this, I had to look into the previous attempts, what they did right, and look at what they did wrong. Look at build a baseline for what kind of a message can be developed. Develop the message considering the current scientific and technological advancement, and the payload that would carry the message out into space. And this payload is mainly Mailbox, which is an acronym for Messaging All Intelligent Life Forms. So for designing the message, one primary objective was the origin of the message, so where the message is from. That would be one primary thing that would exist in the message. The Voyager record did this. It had, so as you can see, this is an image, and Voyager Golden Record is the first image you would see if the record is played. It represents where a location of our solar system respective to 14 pulsars. So location was one major point. And what kind of characteristics that Earth has, what kind of planet Earth is, and who inhabit Earth, and what do humans do, what are the humans' activities, who the message is from. So these three things that Voyager record got right, but primarily, though these things were right, linguistics point out that there have been several misinterpretations, and primarily due to those two assumptions that I told you about. And those assumptions are based on that, okay, we have similar, an alien species has similar mathematics and science, and you can see all these images were part of the Voyager record. You can see they put in units, numbers, and even various different things that could be easily misinterpreted. And linguistics plays an important role because of this. And another thing would be, how would you know that an alien civilization would actually understand? Because if they have different sensory abilities due to different evolutionary, a different evolution on a different planet, so they would have completely different sensory abilities. So without having any example of a sensory ability, how would we design a message? So we have zero examples. So the paper takes an argument that there are species on Earth other than humans that have sensory abilities that are different from humans but are quite broadly available. So for example, the paper takes multi-perceptual modalities, and there are 3 modalities that the paper mainly considers, and then it is subcategorized: visual, auditory, and somatosensory. The visual modality is broken down into visible light, infrared, and ultraviolet. So visible light is how humans perceive everything. They look at everything using visible light. Infrared is something like snakes. There are species of snakes that see their surroundings in visual infrared. There are species of owls and rodents that see their surroundings in ultraviolet. For auditory, it is important to consider the hearing ranges. So humans have a typical hearing range from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. And there are species of dolphins and whales that can hear up to 100 kilohertz. So if you send out an audio message that is in human hearing ranges, how would you know for sure that it would be heard? So it is important to consider all hearing ranges. And then is the somatosensory, which is basically the sense of touch. So sense of touch is the most fundamental most fundamental of the senses, and without the sense of touch, you would not. It would be reasonable to select a sense of touch because it is the most fundamental, irrespective of what kind of evolution exists on another planet. So something like Braille, that people can send a message that could be understood by a sense of touch. So for the design, the message would require a common logical ground, that is something like what is the common between humans and an extraterrestrial civilization. So this brings in major studies that's coming up now, that's astrolinguistics and sociology, because what kind of social conducts and linguistics that could exist while contacting an alien civilization, while sending a message out to alien civilization. So both these together were used to design a concept message, and the concept message was then translated across these multiple modalities that I discussed previously, and then integrated into the payload that could carry the message while considering all these modalities. So for the requirements of this payload, it would have to be portable so that it could be mounted on side of any spacecraft. So there could be n number of spacecraft sent, and it would be just mounted on the side of spacecraft, increasing its chances of interception. And again, we would consider multiple modalities, that's visual, auditory, and somatosensory, and it would be the module itself would be capable of handling the harsh space and environment, because end of the day, it would be an electronic module payload on a spacecraft. So this is Mailbox. It is a payload consisting of the different modalities discussed before, and this is an LCD screen that would display the message in a video or an image format. In this particular case, when the message was developed, it is a video, and because we don't have any infrared and UV display systems, so individual infrared and UV matrix had to be developed that would act consisting of single infrared and UV emitters that act as physical pixels displaying the same image but in infrared and UV. This was designed for the module. It also consists of a tactile display system. So a tactile display system is a shape-shifting surface on which it consists of actuators and pins that move, that change the surface of the display, and you can create three-dimensional shapes. So it could be sensed with a sense. It could be understood by the sense of touch. Then we have a speaker that basically answers the normal hearing ranges, so it broadcasts the message in normal hearing ranges between 0 to 20 kilohertz, and then you would need ultrasonic transducers that would put the message out in ultrasonic hearing ranges, that is over 100 kilohertz. And because these ultrasonic transducers are highly directional, there are 4 of them, so the message is actually heard irrespective of the location of how it's held. The module is mainly made up of gold anodized aluminium, and it also has transparent radiation shielding over the interactive surfaces, similar to the one in astronaut helmets or shuttles or ISS windows. So the transparent radiation shielding will provide radiation shielding, while also you'll be able to view the image, or somebody will be able to view the image or interact with it. It has polyimide heaters to keep the module in operational temperature. It has its own power system. It has redundancy systems, and you'll see ahead of what redundancies I'm talking about. So these are a few more images. The module measures 316 mm cross 298 cross 50 mm and weighs around 4 kilograms. Going ahead, you see the operations of the module. So it basically functions in a hibernation mode. So throughout, there's no actual reason for the module to be active throughout the mission. So the module remains inactive throughout the mission in a hibernation mode, only to activate when held. So the module consists of a touch capacitance transistor connected directly to the module's structure. So it works with body capacitance, and as soon as the module is held, the module activates. So unless the module is held, it remains completely dormant, and it helps in power consumption. It does a battery check and goes into operational temperature using the polyimide heaters. In case there is a failure of the touch capacitor resistor, there's a redundancy mode through which it will bring into nominal operations and then deliver the message. So to conclude, the mailbox considers multiple modalities to deliver a concept message. It can be mounted on any spacecraft to increase probability of interception. It considers astrolinguistics and what kind of astrosociology is required while designing a message and sending it out. Future work, there are tons of things that could be done. There like increase different modalities that exist that haven't been considered here. You could implement a small size RTG to provide a better power system. You could have a standalone satellite just for it, just to see how it would increase its performance, and then also include an antenna perhaps, so that along with the physical message it could also transmit a radio message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suchetan. So we have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
So what are some of the key challenges in making this technology a reality?
So the key challenges are primarily, as I said, the radiation shielding. So the radiation shielding here is that though there is a transparent radiation shielding, because of the number of electronics, we would need radiation hardened electronics because we want the module to be functional over a long period of time. And over the time, because there are semiconductors, the electronics are semiconductors, we would need really good radiation shielding. And another point would be the battery. So we would need cold temperature batteries that can function in really cold temperatures. So when activated, the battery should function. So there are technologies that are currently being researched for these cold temperature functioning in cold temperature, and radiation shielding that can provide radiation shielding for a very long time, because they're primarily on nanocomposite radiation shielding technologies that are available today. So these two would be the main challenges.
Great. And what kind of power consumption does Mailbox have?
Yeah, so there's because these are all display systems and audio and the systems, so the power consumption is quite high. It's around 1 kilowatt when functional. So it has to be reduced depending on a different so the emitters and the emitters that have been designed for the IR and UV matrices have been reduced depending on what kind of emitters are available in the market. So the best one and the most efficient ones were selected, but there could be a new one tomorrow and a new one day after that could have better power consumption rates, and you could select one that takes in far less power. However, there are batteries that are able to provide power for much larger than what is currently available, that the module currently demands. So I don't think power consumption is that much of a problem because it also remains in hibernation mode.
One more question. Does Mailbox offer any means for a reply?
Sorry?
Does this mailbox offer any means for reply? So if it does communicate...
Oh, no. It's not. It has no means of reply or letting us know that it's been held or activated. So it's not something I integrated with the module, but it could be done. However, it depends on the distance at which it could be sent out, on which spacecraft it is. That's why I said in the future work that it could be on part of a separate spacecraft that could send back when activated. So it would send back a message. So it doesn't have any antennas to send a reply or anything. It's just to send a message from humans into space. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you, Suchaitan, and thank you for some great questions. We're going to break for lunch now, and we'll start back here at 1:35. See you then.
The British Interplanetary Society is delighted to be supporting UKSEDS today for this event by donating the use of our conferencing facilities, allowing you to stay safe while you continue to come together. I'm Elizabeth Anderson, the new Chief Executive at the BIS, and working with partner organisations to inspire the next generation of those working in the space industry and innovating in the space industry is really, really important to us. As we start to think about the future of our own organisation, we really hope that you will join with us to help to create the organisation that you will need to support you in your career going forward. As the oldest continuously operating space society in the world and the leading space-related learner society in the UK, we are absolutely led by our members. From our suite of publications, our world-recognised events such as our annual Reinventing Space Conference, and the annual UK heats of the IAC student competition, which we organise, we provide unique opportunities and insights within the space industry in the UK and overseas. More than ever, we have a lot of opportunities in our work. So to find out more, visit bis-space.com or get in touch with me personally, elizabeth.anderson@bis-space.com. I really hope that you enjoy the event today and do think about getting involved in the BIS.
everyone. So I hope you've had a great lunch, and we are back for the next session. So before we kick off with talks again, we have John Vickers from Blue Abyss, who will tell you a little bit more about them.
Hi, everybody. I'm just making sure. Sorry, there was a bit of a delay there. Sophie, can you hear me? Fantastic. So, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you to UKSEDS and to Sophie for very kindly giving me the opportunity to talk to you all this afternoon. A little bit nervous, as I was saying to Sophie. Laptops don't tend to give such good feedback unless there's an echo in the room, in which case it's terrible feedback. A very brief. So people tend to sort of think of these after lunch talks as a bit of a curse and a challenge. A curse for you because I'm going to hopefully wake you up, and a challenge for me to make sure I do so. So if there's any positive feedback, please give it to me, and if there's not, then we'll just leave it at that. I wanted to start by saying, giving you a Chinese proverb, and the Chinese proverb is the following. The best time, the Chinese proverb goes, to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is now. And you can imagine that in the 50s and 60s, the golden age really of when humans started to leave our planet, send rockets and satellites and people into the ether, must have been a tremendously exciting moment. And to be at the vanguard of humanity leaving our cozy little planet must have been a really exciting challenge. We're the very first humans to do so. But now, in the 21st century, I think we're living through that. Now is the best time to be doing it again. And I think you are the first generation who are going to absolutely benefit from having, you know, an education to retirement period when you can spend all of that time in a fantastically challenging period about exploration in space. I really wanted to sort of harp on about that a little bit, about in terms of how the UK is really embracing space as an environment and as a challenge. You know, the UK Space Agency has got a survey running at the moment to encourage people who've got ideas to do with space to open up and share those ideas. And the Prime Minister has gone and chaired the first Space Council. It's all really exciting and fantastic. If I've got one reservation, if you've ever heard me talk or ever know what Blue Abyss was about, you'll know that this is a particular sort of axe to grind for me in a way, and that is that satellites for me can't be the only environment that we talk about as space. Satellites absolutely enable so much. I get a much better signal than I used to even a few years ago thanks to satellites. We can do some fantastic Earth observation recording. We can chart where there are droughts or where there are fires. But at the same time, it brings me back to something that's an inalienable human quality, and that's curiosity. Why are we doing what we're doing? I had some feedback from a governmental minister meeting that I had recently, which is where somebody fed back and said, but you're not a space company. And it's absolutely true that Blue Abyss is not just a space company. We proudly suggest that we're a marine to space business. Marine to space because we live here, and where I grew up in the Middle East, from a very young age, I lived and played in the ocean. And today, you know, with all of the awareness that we've got going on in terms of living on this planet, shortage of water, how we're abusing some of our environment, where we live is perhaps more important than ever. So I'm intrinsically aware that we are, you know, this split between Earth and space, and that link is the water. But nevertheless, it's a bit for me, you know, talking about just satellites as the thing about space. It is a bit of doing space, which is a vast subject, as I'm sure you'll all agree, a bit of a disservice. I would suggest it would be a bit like an explorer going across a huge ocean to a new continent and getting there, landing on a beach, building a small hut, some accommodation, and a small jetty back into the sea, planting a ring of crops around or vegetables around their hut, and they're never going anywhere. And then if anybody else ever came on further or they went back to where they'd originally come from, somebody said, well, you know, what was it like? Well, and them saying, I don't know, I didn't go any further. For me, putting loads of satellites up is a fantastic endeavour, and it enables so much today on Earth. But really, intrinsically for me, it's about promoting humans going into space. What we can learn about that, how we prepare for that. NASA has embraced that fully. Already we have got, NASA enabling commercial companies to put rockets up and refuel the ISS. And of course, they've now delivered the first 2 astronauts to the ISS commercially. Somebody said to me, but why would you as a company be allowed to do that? And I thought, well, why wouldn't we? As George Bernard Shaw said, and I found the quote again this morning, people who say it cannot be done should not interrupt those doing it. I don't think anybody has ever suggested that it can't be done by us. And I think in the UK, we do ourselves a disservice by suggesting that only others can be involved in the human spaceflight field. I think that there is an intrinsic opportunity to satisfy an innate human quality, and that quality is curiosity. Everything we do in space has to be for the betterment of humans. To just put something up in space, another object, whatever good it does, it must be surely benefiting us as a species. And if you take that further, then surely it will be us going into space that's going to take that and extend that field. Michael Collins, the 3rd astronaut on Apollo 11, said it's human nature to stretch, to go, to see, to understand. Exploration is not a choice, really, it's an imperative. That desire, that innate curiosity is something we perhaps lose as children. Either we get it beaten out of us, or sometimes we get it educated out of us. That's a bit difficult. Leave that to them, they're the professionals. I don't think that's an endeavour that plays to this idea that humanity is all about expansion, that we're forever looking to take ourselves further. So I'm proud to be at the vanguard of trying to explore and prepare humanity for space. This afternoon, I hope you have a series of fantastic lectures, and I would just ask you to bear in mind, however you partake in space, remember that you're doing so for the betterment of all of us, but it's intrinsically about us, not the technology that really makes a difference. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon. If there are any questions, I'm happy to field them, and if not, thank you for taking the time to listen.
I'm still muted. Okay, thank you so much, John. That was quite inspirational, actually. And thank you again for sponsoring the symposium today. So once again, if any students listening or anyone listening wants to check out Blue Abyss, then you can head over to their website to learn a little bit more. And so next up, we will have Olga, who will be talking about weaker gravity, the key for a longer life. So we will get her up shortly and see you back there for that.
Okay, so before introducing myself, I would like to ask you the following question. Why does a light bulb glow or a star dies? For both, energy has been drained. An astronomer once said that we are stardust, hence our energy is also going to deplete. With this presentation, I would like to introduce you to the idea of the extension of life in a less gravitational celestial body. I'm Olga Garcia, studying physics and astronomy master's degree at the University of Glasgow, and I would like to thank for this amazing opportunity of participating in this symposium and for all of you that are hearing me and that feel as passionate as me about unraveling the many mysteries of the universe. So what is gravity? I would like you to imagine the merry-go-round that you probably have gone to once in your life. And so imagine that this is a planet. Anything that you can see are gonna be the horses that are riding on this merry-go-round. How do they hold on tight? Gravity. Gravity has shaped life on Earth, and that's why, for example, plants grow towards the underground looking for their nutrients, and also animals and humans have evolved a specific musculoskeletal system and other type of system to counteract the force of gravity. Now, because of gravity, we have to do work to lift an object on said gravitational field, and the expression for the work done is this one that you can see on this slide. As it follows, as gravity increases, the work required would also increase because the force is not but m times g. Now we can extrapolate the lifting object problem to human walking because it resembles a lot the exchange of energy that happens in a single pendulum. The masses have to do work to maintain the body's center of mass frame, and if, for example, in a planet such as Mars, whose gravitational field strength is half of that of the Earth, this work would also be halved. Now, I'm going to throw you this question, which is, can we maximize ourselves? And I would pick it up later on at the end of the presentation. So if we end up leaving Earth one day, it is fundamental to investigate how a microgravitational environment would impact on biology. The fundamental areas on which microgravity is being investigated by biotechnology is through protein crystal growth and mammalian cells and tissue culture. Also, a device called AlterG has been designed that gets rid of up to 80% of the body weight. So both biotechnology and physiotherapy has realized that microgravity offers a wide range of benefits to actually comprehend better the living organisms' biology. Regarding plants and animals, they are bioregenerative life support systems, which means that if one day we end up leaving Earth, they would be fundamental, for example, for food production. And that's why, for example, the International Space Station, combined with ground-based studies, are investigating the morphogenesis and the different growth parameters of plants under these space conditions. Together with scientists from the Russian Mir Space Station also examining the germination of viable seeds, they have concluded that a gravitational scenario such as that of Mars or the Moon would actually benefit plants' life. Regarding animals, just to point out that it's really curious, but animals that fly and swim under the Earth's gravity shows a looping behavior under microgravity conditions, and Medaka fish, for example, show this adaptation. So since both plants and animals have shown an adaptation to these conditions, the goal of making a home away from Earth becomes even more achievable. Now, the questions that we are all asking ourselves, what about us? So we would face bone loss in space, together with calcium release and an increasing risk of renal stones. Also, we would experience muscle atrophy of the so-called anti-gravity muscles that you can see on the picture on the left-hand side. Another major issue would be the fluid redistribution, because here on the Earth, the water descends towards the leg and the feet, but this no longer happens on space, where, for example, our legs would get skinnier, whereas the upper parts would get eventually swollen. Regarding the cardiovascular system, astronauts go through nausea, headaches, vomiting. Why is this? Because the arterial pressure on the feet is no longer higher than that compared to the head, which is what happens here on the Earth. You can see there also electrocardiogram tracing of two hearts, one on the Earth and one under the space conditions, and you can see how the heart has to do less work under microgravity conditions to distribute the blood throughout the body. Because of fluid distribution, also astronauts gain height in space. And the last but not less important issue would be the space radiation. So, for example, you can see how for different mission types, such as the Skylight 4 that lasted 87 days, the the radiation dose duplicated the maximum average dose recommended. So we have this problem. We have all these stress factors. How will we adapt to them? So first of all, adapting the musculoskeletal system requires physical programs that initially started with a rowing ergometer, but it evolved into a high-tech treadmill, such as the one designed by the European Space Agency, as you can see on the center of this slide, but also other techniques, other devices developed, for example, by NASA. We also have to stop the bone breakdown, and the way to do this is combining vitamins, workouts, drugs, but the most successful result has been shown by the biphosphonate medication, which is actually being used by NASA astronauts. Regarding the difference in arterial pressure on the different parts of the body and the fluid redistribution, astronauts have to go through bed rest protocols and head down tilt experiments to adapt themselves and their body to these new space conditions. And finally, regarding the radiation effects, there are different approaches to mitigate this radiation dose, but the most interesting one is the one developed by the European Space Agency, which they designed basically 3 different spacesuit models made of innovative shielding materials, and you can see that on this slide. Now, I am coming back to this question, can we maximize ourselves? Well, this is a very rough and general idea that I have to show how our Earth energy in a different gravitational scenario would last longer or would last a fewer amount of time. So here I'm considering several assumptions, such as that we are working under the influence of a constant Earth's gravitational field, we are working at a constant velocity, and you can see how if we start from the work equation and we do this change of variables, and instead of working with distance, we work with time, we leave the work required per unit mass on the left hand side, and then because gravity and the speed would be constant in the assumption, so we can put this also on the left hand side of the equation, and we would eventually reach up this equation that the time is inversely proportional to gravity. Now, this result has to be, so we have to still work on this result. My main questions regarding this issue is, can we minimize our energy consumption? Can we maximize our life expectancies? So in the left-hand side of this slide, you can see several variables. Here I have included the gravitational acceleration of different planets, the average walking speed, the average human life expectancy. So the idea here would be setting an optimization problem, and depending on the relationships between the variables, so either if it's linear or if it's heuristic, we would use an algorithm such as the simplex method or the Nelder method to end up proving this relationship. However, there is still a long way to go. There's still a lot of research to do because these ideas are very original, and my idea is to keep on working on this idea. I believe that the future would be combining artificial intelligence algorithms with machine learning to prove the intuitive idea that our life would be lengthened in a less gravitational celestial body. So thanks all for your attention, and yeah, any questions are welcome.
Fantastic, thank you so much, Olga. That was a really great presentation. And so we do have one question which has already come through from an anonymous asker, which is, what would ideally happen in your eyes in space exploration over the next 10 years or so?
Well, so my idea, as I have been said during the presentation, would be to get to live there in space, to adapt to the space, because I believe that it has been proven a possible adaptation of plants and animals, and if this is possible, then we could also create this ecosystem in which we could benefit from each other and end up living there, because we know all the issues that are going on the Earth right now, and we just don't want to keep on living here, no? So yeah, my ideal idea would be to end up living on an habitable planet, and if this is being shown, of course, living longer, which I think it's also we all desire that, don't we?
Fantastic. And so you also mentioned a little bit about using artificial intelligence and machine learning to kind of extend this. So do you have any kind of ideas on how that would happen, or what's your take on it?
Okay, so to be honest, talking about artificial intelligence algorithms is kind of beyond the scope of my knowledge right now, because I'm just doing third year physics and astronomy. But I have been investigating on quite a few algorithms that we could use, assuming that there is a linear relationship between all these variables that I showed on the integral. And so if we place constraints on these variables, we may end up finding this relationship. But yeah, I guess there is a lot to work on artificial intelligence that I still don't really know how to approach that problem. But I'm very happy to share it with you, and yeah.
Fantastic. So for anybody in the audience, if you do have any more questions, feel free to put them in the chat. If not, then we will wrap up here and move on to our next speaker. So thank you again, Olga, and we will see you back here in a few short minutes.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay, so next up we have Tuba, who will be talking to you about human hibernation. Over to you, Tuba.
Hi, I'm Tuba. I'm a medical student, and I'll be talking about my research into human hibernation for long-duration space mission. So, with robotic exploration of Mars already underway, human hibernation and human expedition is the next step. There are many space agencies looking to do that, but with an estimated duration of 21 months for the mission, there are many challenges that will happen. And so there are 5 main hazards identified for such a mission. I'll be going into them in more detail later, and a way to mitigate these hazards is through suspended animation, also known as human hibernation. So what is hibernation? Well, hibernation begins with a state of torpor, and this is where there's a reduction in metabolic rate, followed by a reduction in temperature. And there are mechanisms in place to prevent temperature from going below the set point to prevent tissue damage. There is also a physiological change where heart rate, respiration rate, and brain activity is reduced. 2 types of torpor exist. So you have daily torpor and multi-day torpor. Daily torpor happens for a few hours each day, and it is followed by periods of scavenging by the animals. It is linked to circadian rhythm, and it tends to follow the 24-hour cycle, occurring at times when the animal is normally inactive or asleep. This tends to occur in smaller animals. Multi-day torpor tends to be affected by season, and it's uncoupled by circadian rhythm. In this state, torpor may last for many days or weeks, with an average of about 10 to 20 days. And hibernation is where animals have bouts of multi-day torpor, followed by periods of euthermic arousal, which is where they rewarm back to their normal body temperature. So my research looked into the methods of induction for hibernation, and currently there are 2 main possible methods to induce hibernation in humans. So you've got therapeutic hibernation and you've got synthetic torpor. So the process of hibernation includes 3 phases: induction, maintenance, and rewarming. So the first type of inducing hibernation is through therapeutic hypothermia. This is also known as targeted temperature management, and it's an already existing clinical treatment used in patients with traumatic or ischemic injuries, such as neonatal encephalopathy. Currently, the longest duration is 14 days, but for space travel, it would need to be a lot longer. It works by reducing metabolic rate and oxygen consumption, whilst also reducing the inflammatory response, as it makes tissues less permeable to inflammatory molecules. It is initiated by lowering the body temperature of a patient to about 32 to 34 degrees, either through conductive cooling or through endovascular cooling, which is with an IV infusion of cold saline through central venous catheters. Endovascular cooling allows for a more rapid reduction, allowing the target temperature to be reached quicker and be maintained with a tighter control throughout all 3 phases. Therefore, it decreases the risks of certain side effects that might occur, such as metabolic abnormalities or shivering. However, in order to catheters, you need some experience, and having an invasive device in you for such a long period of time will increase complications. When inserted for greater than a week, there was thrombus formation occurred in 33 to 67% of patients. Conductive cooling, on the other hand, works by placing gel pads or blankets onto the surface of the skin, or by using evaporated gases which enter into the nasal or oral cavity. It can cause the body to start compensatory mechanisms to prevent hypothermia from happening, such as shivering. Therefore, the patient might need sedation, analgesia, or the use of paralytic agents to prevent this from happening. Long-term skin contact with an external device might also cause skin abrasions. And for space travel, these systems might need to be automated, as there might not be someone to operate them. So there are, as mentioned before, there are many risks associated with therapeutic hypothermia. So with the maintenance phase of therapeutic hypothermia, you need to consider nutrition, waste management, and monitoring. So nutrition would occur through total parental nutrition, either through central or peripheral venous lines. And there is hardware available to automate nutrition based on the requirements of the individual and using lab analysis. And TPN contains different elements, and the wrong combination or absence of elements might cause serious disorders. So it's very important to get it right. And as you can see, there are many risks associated with TPN. Waste management. So for waste management, astronauts will need to be fitted with urinary catheters, but again, as you can see, it increases the risks. And astronauts will also need to have prolonged intubation with tracheostomy, which also has complications. Monitoring. So astronauts will need to be continuously monitored due to the risk of numerous complications. Intensive monitoring tends to occur using an intra-arterial line in the critical care setting, but this also has its own net risks. You will need to monitor ECG for arrhythmias, electrolyte tests due to TPN, blood pressure and blood glucose levels. And close monitoring is needed because in the critical care setting, you will have a team of healthcare staff to deal with the issues. But in space, you'll want to pick up any complications early. So synthetic torpor, on the other hand, is generating a torpor state in humans, similar to what is seen in animals. So this uses pharmacological or chemical compounds to generate torpor. As there isn't currently one identified hibernation induction molecule, there isn't any reason why you can't do this in humans, especially because similar states to torpor exist in humans, such as the dive reflex. And currently, no generic mechanism has been identified, but there are some molecules that have been used in studies and have worked in non-hibernating animals. And this includes hydrogen sulfide, 5-AMP, deoxyglucose, delta opioids, and thyronamines. And they've yielded different results. For instance, hydrogen sulfide was able to induce torpor in mice, but it failed to produce similar results when tried on a larger mammal. And generating synthetic torpor might actually require more than one molecule because it is a multi-system process. One of the studies used 8 different therapeutic agents and managed to decrease the core body temperature of rats from 38.5 degrees to 31.5 degrees. And then the animals were able to return to normal afterwards. So using multiple molecules may be the method going forward. There's also a genetic component to torpor, and most of the genes found in hibernating animals also exist within the human genome. This might allow for the possibility of upregulation or downregulation of gene expression using viral vectors or by RNA molecules to temporarily induce hibernation. So the importance of hibernation. As mentioned before, there are many hazards to space travel. The first one is radiation, and there are 2 types of radiation. Solar, which can be easily shielded against, and galactic cosmic radiation, which is mass prohibitive to shield against. This is important because there are estimates that show that the risk of death from cancer is 0.1 to 2% for ISS missions and around 1 to 20% for missions to Mars, which might be higher than the accepted risk threshold. Hibernation might be able to provide a dual solution. So firstly, because of limited crew movement, it will reduce the surface area that needs to be shielded. And secondly, there is some indication that hibernation may be radioprotective by 3-fold. This is because hibernation causes hypoxia, and oxygen plays an important role in sensitivity of tissues to radiation. There might be other mechanisms at play as well, such as the cold-inducible RNA binding protein. Secondly, isolation. As I'm sure many of you have experienced with COVID-19, it can be very difficult to stay in a limited environment with the same people for a long duration. Coupled with communication delays of 20 minutes each way and dealing with possible emergencies, this can cause psychological issues. By placing astronauts in a state of hibernation, you can reduce the amount of time they will spend awake in the confined capsule and therefore reduce any psychological impact. This might lead to improved cognitive ability once they have landed. Furthermore, gravity fields. So microgravity can affect the human body in many ways. This includes spatial motion sickness, impact on the neurovestibular system, and bone and muscle loss. A way to stop this is by having artificial gravity, by producing an acceleration field. And this is a lot more feasible when the crew are not moving, as a smaller gravity field would be required, and there would be less issues with gravity gradients. Microgravity also increases the risk of bone loss and muscle loss, with an estimated rate of loss 10 to 15 times faster than the most severe cases of osteoporotic patients. And in some animals, such as black bears, there is minimal atrophy despite their long duration of immobility during their period of hibernation. And this might be able to be something that we can replicate in humans. Hibernation will also result in reduced metabolic rate, therefore reducing the demand for food, water, and oxygen. Furthermore, the crew will need less living space, and so exercise equipment and food preparation areas may no longer be needed. that this means that the amount of volume that the vessel that will need to be pressurized can be reduced. All of this will reduce the mass that's needed. So the challenges to human hibernation. There currently is a lack of studies. Hypothermia has only been done for 14 days in humans, and research into synthetic torpor has been focused on smaller mammals with limited success in larger animals. Ethical issues as well. So in order to experiment with hibernation, there will need to be human trials before it is tried on astronauts. And as mentioned before, there is a vast amount of risks, and there are ethical issues associated with this. And lastly, consciousness in hibernation isn't fully understood. So when the astronauts awake, will they need a period of recovery before they are fully mission ready? And what effects will hibernation have on long-term cognitive function? So all of these are areas of research that will probably need to be undertaken before continuing on with human hibernation. Thank you for listening. Are there any questions?
Fantastic. Thank you so much for yet another brilliant talk. So here we have a few questions coming in already. So the first one is, how long do you think it will take before hibernation is kind of mission ready? So you mentioned a few studies that still need to be carried out.
I think it might be quite a while before it's mission ready, and I think the best approach will be having both clinical hypothermia alongside having some molecules that induce natural hypothermia. And I think this way it will be able to be maintained for a long period of time. But in order to have that synthetic torpor in humans, there needs to be a lot more studies taking place. And because it hasn't really been replicated in bigger mammals, and it definitely hasn't been tried in humans, it might take quite a few years, maybe a couple of decades.
Fantastic. And another one here. Roughly how many groups are currently studying this worldwide, and is there a lot of funding for this area?
I'm not entirely sure how many groups are studying this worldwide, I'm afraid, but there is definitely funding. And I think NASA is looking into this, and they've undertaken a big research project into this. And I think so has ESA as well.
Brilliant. Cool. So that is all. That are all the questions we have. So thank you once again, Tuba. And next up we have Lauren and Chloe, who will be talking to you about space physiology.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Sorry for the slight delay there. We did have a few technical issues, but we are back on track again. So next up, we have Lauren and Chloe. Over to you two.
Hi everyone, thanks Sophia. So we'll be talking about the physiology and nutrition associated with spacewalks.
Hi, my name's Chloe. I'm a fourth year medical student at King's College London.
And I'm Lauren, I'm also a fourth year medic at King's.
So it's well known that there are various physiological changes that happen in a spaceflight environment. This diagram is a quick summary of them. Some of these main points have links with the nutritional status of astronauts. If we take ophthalmic changes, for example, these are believed to occur due to a raised intracranial pressure, but certain vitamins like B6, folate, riboflavin have been found to be protective against these changes.
So there's also some bone and muscle degradation due to unloading in microgravity, and this can have serious consequences. And because of this, dietary changes, including high protein for muscle turnover and protective vitamin D and calcium for bone strength, are important to maintain astronaut health.
Short duration flights, such as during the Shuttle era, showed reduced dietary intake, with a slight relative increase in the ISS era, but still falling below the World Health Organization recommendation overall. Additionally, a previous study has shown negative nitrogen balance in flight, despite adequate dietary protein, and this suggests that there's a decrease in lean body mass in space, which could impact performance in physical tasks.
Spaceflight also increases astronauts' insulin resistance, effectively creating the changes seen in diabetes, but on a subclinical level, so astronauts don't experience any symptoms. There's also a shift towards carbohydrate-rich foods in space, which indicates that the body is under a state of physiological stress. Another important thing to note when we're talking about nutrition in space is that you have to consider hydration as part of that. Dehydration carries a whole bunch of associated symptoms, including cognitive decline. So if you're looking at performance, you have to consider adequate hydration.
Extravehicular activities, EVAs, are a critical aspect of missions aboard the ISS. They involve activities that are performed outside the orbital habitat of the ISS in a pressurized extravehicular mobility unit.
Now, the pressurization of this suit comes as part of a trade-off. The pressurization has to be to the point where astronauts don't experience hypobaric symptoms, which can include joint pain, dizziness, fatigue, and cognitive decline. But it can't be so high that the work of movement against the resistance of the pressure causes a massive increase in energy expenditure.
However, there's very little literature pointing specifically to nutritional adaptations for EVAs. Our project looked to combine literature from nutrition in analog populations with the metabolic changes associated with EVA to apply recommendations and maximize performance during spacewalks.
So we chose these analog populations based on their similarity to the extravehicular environment, the task load, and the duration of work. So we first looked at analog missions on Earth, so for example the Austrian Space Forum or NASA's High Seas analog mission. We also looked at saturation divers, where divers live in underwater habitats and then do dives outside of this habitat, which clearly mimics EVA. We also looked at endurance athletes, such as ultramarathon runners or long-distance cyclists, because an EVA can last for 6 hours plus, so we look at the duration of work. Then also, in EVA, a lot of the energy expenditure is focused on the upper body and having good grip strength. So we looked at sports that had an emphasis on this, such as bouldering, jiu-jitsu, and other martial arts.
Based on the literature, it can be inferred that nutritional provisions are limited. Water is provided through a device known as an IDB, in-suit drink bag. It's attached to the inside of the hard-shelled torso unit of the suit and can hold up to 1.9 litres of water. Astronauts can then drink through a small tube that's mounted to the inside of their helmet and ending next to their mouth. Previously, a dried fruit bar was available as edible sustenance during EVAs. However, many astronauts did not utilize the nutrition bars, and on balance with the labor intensity required to produce them, they were consequently discontinued some years ago. Interestingly, in a NASA report in 2017, it mentioned astronauts requesting an option for a non-caffeinated high-energy drink, suggesting a requirement for some form of energy supplementation during EVAs.
But then to look at the requirement for energy supplementation, we have to understand the metabolism and energy requirements. So the study of this metabolism takes three forms. Firstly, you look at the oxygen consumption by looking at the pressure drop in the oxygen tank. Secondly, you look at the CO2 that the astronauts expel in their exhaled breath, and this can be measured at a small scrubber inside the suit. And then thirdly, you look at temperature rise. So all of the astronauts wear a liquid cooling garment close to the skin inside their pressurized suit, and you can look at the temperature rise within this.
This group found an increase in energy requirement in the 24 hours following a spacewalk. This is thought to be due to an oxygen debt where surplus oxygen is required to clear the muscles of excess lactate produced in anaerobic respiration during intense exercise. And this buildup of lactate is also strongly correlated with fatigue.
So here's a table that we produced for our paper that accumulated some of the results from the Altman and Talbot study. And you can clearly see that the metabolic rate during EVA in terms of calories per hour is an awful lot higher than it is during regular onboard activities onboard the spacecraft.
Many elite athletes use gels to maintain carbohydrate supply during exercise. However, these can cause gastrointestinal upset if the subject isn't adequately hydrated, as it can result in a hypertonic gastric contents, which slow emptying and could cause distension and cramping. Beetroot-based gels cause less upset and have also been found to improve grip strength in jiu-jitsu athletes.
In these gels, a combination of glucose and fructose has been found to be superior to just glucose in terms of boosting performance. But one thing that we noted from these studies is that commercially available gels present a huge degree of variability in terms of their osmolality and their composition, and therefore the gel of choice should be tailored in accordance to the task, the energy demands, and the expected hydration status of the subject.
Amino acid supplementation before and during exercise has also been found to decrease recovery time following intense work. Long-term dosing of nitrate supplementation has shown to increase output in cycling time trials, power output, and without increasing oxygenation, and this shows that it has the capacity to increase anaerobic capacity.
So there was a study looking at a simulated lunar EVA. So they did a 6-degree head down tilt to simulate microgravity on the journey to the moon, and then a 10-degree head up tilt followed by work. And they found a decrease in atrial natriuretic peptide and an increase in plasma renin activity during the simulation. These changes would cause astronauts to lose water more quickly because they would excrete sodium at a greater rate at the kidneys. As such, these astronauts would have increased water requirement for a lunar EVA to counteract the water loss. And during a subsequent lunar EVA simulation, participants required up to 20% more water than they were supplied with, which is actually quite a lot considering the water requirements anyway. During an orbital EVA, for example from the International Space Station, astronauts can lose up to 2.6% of their body weight in water.
As previously mentioned, astronauts have requested an alternative to plain water, such as a non-caffeinated energy drink. Providing a high energy drink alongside water inside the EMU would involve integration of engineering and human factors. Any additional equipment to allow for this provision, such as an extra straw inside the helmet, may restrict head movement and can also decrease field of view, and consequently this can limit EVA performance. However, it would give increased autonomy and potentially improve astronaut well-being.
Our recommendation based on these studies is that a gel would be less time-consuming to ingest than the dried fruit bar that was previously provided. A combination of glucose and fructose appears to be considered optimal for these gels in terms of immediate energy supply, and then combining them with some of the electrolytes and other supplements that you can see here, such as calcium, iron, and magnesium. These gels would provide energy through fast metabolism of the glucose and fructose, and then the electrolytes would help balance hydration levels during the prolonged exercise.
Many of the studies in this review mention long-term adaptations for increased performance, as well as immediate supplementation. The constituent parts of an astronaut's diet before an EVA can be modified to improve performance. So the day before an EVA, astronauts should eat foods rich in complex carbohydrates, and this is common practice amongst athletes and is commonly known as carb loading. The excess carbohydrate allows for the body to more readily utilize glycogen during exercise and can prolong the useful activity period and sustain performance. This adaptation of diet prior to an EVA means that there's less emphasis needed on in-walk adaptations and may save on cost overall.
The energy demands of an EVA have also been found to be inversely correlated with the amount of training done for that specific task. Therefore, a greater amount of training hours for an EVA before a mission would also decrease the energy burden.
In summary, we have highlighted the value of optimizing nutritional status via supplementations of things like carbohydrates, amino acids, vitamins, as well as optimizing hydration management. However, it can be hard to apply this to a generalized astronaut population, as nutritional requirements are personal to the individual depending on things like their baseline, but also things like their absorption rate. But in reality, individual plans are likely to be unfeasible and too costly. After reviewing the literature, it's apparent that there's still scope for further research into optimal nutrition requirements, which needs to be tailored in accordance to the environment and the task. Additionally, operational training in using and consuming the supplements like gels should be in place to avoid and prepare for any operational issues that could occur during an EVA. Thank you for listening.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Lauren and Chloe. So, because we are running a little bit behind time, we won't spend too much time on questions. But before we let you go, we will squeeze in just one. So, a question from another anonymous asker. Do you think that medication could also play a role in the improvement of nutrition before an EVA?
Definitely, and I think that's something that we absolutely have to consider, especially as we look to potentially setting up permanent habitats on the surface of the Moon or Mars. Looking at things that will optimize absorption of certain electrolytes and things like that. We have to really think about tailoring everything to the individuals, which I know in the initial stages will be quite high in terms of cost, but in order to optimize performance and potentially improve the efficiency of a mission overall, that's definitely something that shouldn't be ruled out.
Yeah, I agree with what Lauren has said, and also I think a really good thing will be obviously to include the astronauts that are doing the EVA with the planning stage, so that things like medication, which is personal to the astronaut, can be included in the plan.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. So next up, we have George, who will be talking to us about atrial fibrillation, and so we'll get him on shortly. hi again. So before we hand over to George, I just wanted to give our audience a little reminder that you can be submitting Q&A questions as the presentations are going on, just to make sure that you don't forget the question and that we have it queued up for our speaker. So over to you, George.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me, everybody, and thank you for joining the talks today. They've been absolutely fantastic, and it's been wonderful to hear from such an array of backgrounds. So today I'm going to be talking a little bit about atrial fibrillation, what this is and what it means and why it's important for long exploration class missions. So as a background, what is atrial fibrillation? Well, atrial fibrillation is a cardiovascular disease, so a heart disease. And cardiovascular disease itself is the leading cause of mortality worldwide. Now, atrial fibrillation is a type of arrhythmia, so a malrhythm, which is where the rate and rhythm of the heartbeat aren't quite correct. And these can happen for a number of reasons, but it's due to electrical activity and conduction in the heart not going quite correctly. And because the electrical signals don't quite pass through the heart in the right way, it means the heart isn't able to contract and pump blood effectively using the double pump. And you can see here in figure 1 the ECG recording of a normal heart compared to a heart under atrial fibrillation. You can see it's all irregularly irregular. And also you can see the errant electrical signals not being nice and coordinated through the heart. And atrial fibrillation is incredibly common, a 3% global prevalence, and it can develop in otherwise healthy hearts. There are risk factors, people who smoke, who have had a heart failure in the past, have had a heart attack, but it's incredibly common. And that's why it's important, because anything common could occur on a long mission. So how do you manage this on Earth? Well, for most people, it's just an irregular heartbeat, and that's it. Yes, it can give you increased risks and things can go wrong, but for a lot of people, it's completely asymptomatic. Somebody might not even know that they have atrial fibrillation. There's a couple of different types, depending on how long it's been around for and whether it's been treated or not. And you can treat it broadly in 2 different ways. You either control the rate, because during atrial fibrillation, there's an increase in the heart rate, and you slow these down with a medication called beta blockers. You may have heard of medications like bisoprolol. The drugs ending in olol are the beta blockers. Or you can control the rhythm, and there's a couple of medications here. So amiodarone is one that's very commonly used in hospitals, and flecainide. What you can do is, if somebody is known to get atrial fibrillation every now and then, and give them this flecainide, and actually they can then take this, and that will then revert the rhythm back to the correct kind of beat. It's called the pill in the pocket method. Unfortunately, some people will develop atrial fibrillation and it'll become quite a dangerous heart rhythm, and they're not able to then perfuse, and the heart won't pump correctly, and it means pass unconscious and have a myocardial event, in which case you use electrical cardioversion, which is defibrillation. But why is this important if it can be so asymptomatic, if it only affects a few people badly? Well, it increases your risk of stroke, your risk of vascular dementia, and the risk of heart failure as well. These are 3 really, really big and incredibly morbid conditions that can have huge impacts on a person's life. Because the blood isn't flowing properly through the heart, the blood flow ends up static, and that means it's more likely to clot. Clots can then form, and they can then head off into other areas like the brain. One of the things you can do is you can thin out the blood, but then you've got to balance that against excessively bleeding too much. So atrial fibrillation, whilst a simple condition on the surface, actually quite a complex management if you want to get that correct, even terrestrially. And this is a very recent echo of an internal jugular vein. And where the X is, there was a clot. That is a clot in somebody's jugular vein that was found. They were asymptomatic. This is aboard the International Space Station, found a couple of years ago. No symptoms at all, but that's an incredibly dangerous place to get a clot. So we know that this can happen in space. So the space environment itself, well, thoracic fluid shifts. This is, if you imagine on Earth, when you're stood up, body fluid will fall down towards your feet. That's why if you stand up for too long, you pass out, or your blood ends up in your legs. In space, that doesn't happen. The blood ends up kind of distributing equally throughout. And you can see in the images of Chris Hadfield, you kind of get this puffy face appearance because there's more fluid in your upper body, the thoracic fluid shift. We also know that left ventricular mass and stroke volume decrease. during microgravity as well. And anything that's going to change the structure of the heart does have the possibility of affecting electrical conduction through the heart. Radiation. Now, radiation actually has quite a large impact on certain parts of the heart, and those would be the coronary arteries. These are the bits of the heart where the vessels actually provide oxygen to the heart itself. So they're the bits that keep the heart alive. And when you have a myocardial infarction, heart attack, those are the parts that are being affected. And actually radiation can damage these incredibly delicate parts of the heart. And because of this damage, it can lead to small events, and then that can change electrical conduction if different bits of the heart die, which can then lead to potential risks of developing arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation. Also shown that the actual beating pattern of cardiac myocytes is shown to be altered both in space and under large amounts of radiation. The radiation will be significant on a trip to Mars outside of the magnetosphere and the ionosphere, which is protective. So in the future, what is space exploration going to look like? Well, there's going to be new expeditions off to the moon, likely, or the lunar base, or kind of the gateway. And the reason why these are important is they're going to be long-term expeditions outside of the Earth's protective ionosphere, magnetosphere. The International Space Station occupies within that, and so they're relatively protected against some of the harsher elements out there. And indeed, in the International Space Station, there's a lot of shielding in certain areas, and those can be used to take refuge during solar events. And as you can see on the right, this is a run of a ventricular tachycardia. This is quite a dangerous heartbeat. And if this happened in somebody, then they would probably be unconscious rather quickly. As you can see, it did self-terminate, but we know that arrhythmias can happen in space. So how do we manage the atrial fibrillation? Well, these are some of the suggestions I came up with. Medical selection and actually picking who goes to space is a really important part, because actually you can prevent episodes of this happening. Younger people are less likely to have events than older people, but you've got to balance that with the people who are going to be more experienced. And you can go through and do health evaluations, do health screenings, you can do investigations in advance, such as an ECG, the electrical activity, and an echocardiogram, looking at the structural activity. And the reason why we do these is to see if we can identify anything in advance of sending somebody to space, an area, particularly on a long journey to Mars, where it's going to be difficult to get somebody back if something goes wrong. You're going to have to manage them aboard that craft. As a side note, for space tourism, the rules are much more flexible because they're in space for so little amount of time. Investigations, lots of different investigations that can be done, but some of the key ones, a 24-hour ECG, it's where you strap it on, 24 hours, measure it, measure electrical activity, see what's going on, see if there's anything going wrong. And then this can be reviewed on Earth by a cardiologist. Now, even if you're a long way from Earth in terms of the amount of time a signal will take, you might not need an immediate response, so telemedicine will still play an important part of that. And indeed, ultrasound equipment, which is versatile, it's flexible, it's relatively lightweight, that can be taken aboard these long-distance craft. So we'll be able to do some, relatively decent imaging investigations. And indeed, regular medical examinations and evaluations of a person's health before, during, and after any space exploration is incredibly important, and is also a way of picking up any events after they've happened, should they be asymptomatic. Decision-making is really important, and that autonomy in decision-making. And this is important for medical events, particularly an emergency medical event where if a signal is taking a long period of time to reach Earth, you're going to have to make the decision yourself on the spacecraft, or the medically trained people are. So ideally, in any long-duration mission, we want everybody to have a good level of medical training, probably equivalent to something like a paramedic technician. But then I would argue that one of the crew members probably should be a physician, because they'll have an immensely deeper understanding of medicine and be able to manage a larger range of conditions with some autonomy, particularly in an emergency where the ability to make a decision under time pressure is absolutely critical. And finally, just a point on emergencies. What if this goes wrong and we actually have an element of atrial fibrillation that occurs? How does that then get managed if it appears? So we've not been able to prevent it. Well, amiodarone is a good agent that we mentioned before, and that can help put the heart back into a normal rhythm. And that is better perhaps than using some of the rate controlling drugs, because if you can correct the rhythm, then you're sorted. If you have to control the rate, then you have to keep on controlling the rate because you're not solving the underlying problem. If you want to give this medication, on the right you'll see an IO, an intraosseous needle that goes directly into a bone. It's to drill. You drill into the bone and you can deliver the medication very, very quickly into bone marrow, much easier than cannulating in space in an emergency. And as a final resort, evacuation, if it's in a location that can be done, or again, electrical cardioversion, which is where you shock the heart back into rhythm. So, in summary, going to space, it's not a place that was designed for humans, but it's a place where we are going. So it's about preparing ourselves as best as possible, mitigating the risk of atrial fibrillation, and trying to investigate it more, to understand more whether it is a larger risk in long duration missions, and how that is best going to be managed for the astronauts of the future who are going to be exploring outwards on exploration missions to Mars, Moon, and who knows, even beyond. Again, trying to ensure that there's good mission success, and that most of all, the people that are going to space are going there as safely as possible and being looked after. So that was a very quick overview of atrial fibrillation and how I think it would be best managed on an exploration craft mission. And I invite any questions from all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. So another fantastic presentation, and we do have some questions lined up. So here from another
fantastic
anonymous person, is it a challenge to miniaturize medical equipment needed for space travel?
I think the problem isn't so much miniaturizing the equipment. The problem is selecting what you're going to take with you, because you're going to be very limited on resources, very limited in space within the craft. So you've really got to select the most versatile piece of equipment. Something like an ultrasound machine, well, that can be used for all sorts of things. It could be used on the heart. It could be used if you're suspecting an abdominal injury. You can use it in a number of different ways. Likewise, some of the medications, you're going to have to select which exact medications are going to be absolutely essential. So I was saying before, the rhythm controlling drugs, you perhaps want to take less of them than having to take a whole stack of rate controlling drugs. So it's about selecting the most important pieces of equipment, ensuring that they're validated for use in space, and ensuring that the training given to the crew means that everybody can use them. Because if you only take one doctor and they become incapacitated, somebody else also needs to know how to use it.
Brilliant. And one more quickly before we move on to the next speaker. So do you think operation could be remotely directed by an expert on Earth?
Could what be done remotely, sorry?
Operations.
Operations. I think that'd be difficult. So, surgery. If you're talking about like a surgical procedure and operation, you need anesthesia, and that's going to require somebody with some quite advanced airway skills, especially given the intricacies of intubating and starting off, and even things like getting access for vascular access. I think that'd be hard to do. Indeed, there are some new kind of machines, such as the Da Vinci machine, which is used in kind of robotic surgery. And I think there absolutely will be a place for them in the future, but there is also going to be a delay in signals being sent from Earth to the craft and then from the craft back again if you're rather a long way away on the way to Mars. And because so much of what you do in surgery is about feedback, be that haptic, visual, those operations could be quite drawn out and may not be safe if you're not able to respond immediately to an emergency. So absolutely worth exploring, but there's a lot of other technical considerations for that.
Fantastic. Once again, very interesting stuff. So now we'll be moving on to Bethany to kind of conclude our space medicine session. Fantastic. So up next, we have Beth. Over to you.
Hello everyone, my name is Beth and today I will be doing a presentation on what I believe to be one of the biggest threats to reaching Mars, which is not technology in my opinion, it's actually the nervous system. So, we know that space induces physiological deconditioning. So for example, it induces bone deterioration with the proximal femoral bone losing about 10% of its mass after 6 months in space, and it shows incomplete recovery 1 year following spaceflight. We also know that the space induces cardiovascular deconditioning, with 80% of astronauts experiencing orthostatic intolerance on long duration missions, this figure being about 30% for short duration spaceflight. Traditionally, muscle atrophy, cardiovascular deconditioning, and bone deterioration have been the main focus of research where space medicine is concerned. But recently, the focus has started to shift onto the effect microgravity has on the nervous system. So in 2011, a number of unusual morphological and neuroocular symptoms were reported in 7 astronauts following long-duration spaceflight. The symptoms reported include optic disc swelling, globe flattening, choroidal folds, decreased near visual acuity, and nerve fiber layer thickening. Collectively, these symptoms would become known as spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome, also known as SANS. In the last 10 years, about 1 in 3 astronauts have shown symptoms of SANS following long-duration spaceflight. So how does SANS come about? While the etiology and exact pathophysiology of SANS is still very much unclear, there are several leading hypotheses. One theory implicates increased intracranial pressure in flight. So to put this into context, post-flight lumbar punctures of astronauts with SANS showed elevated ICP levels, slightly elevated ICP levels. And also on Earth, increased intracranial pressure, as seen in idiopathic intracranial hypertension, is known to cause similar symptoms as seen in SANS, like globe flattening. We also see optic disc edema, hyperopic shifts, and enlargement of cerebrospinal fluid in the subarachnoid space. The primary cause of increased intracranial pressure is believed to be microgravity-induced cephalad fluid shifts. So upon entry into microgravity, the hydrostatic pressure of fluids within the body effectively vanishes, resulting redistribution of fluids towards the head in a cephalad fluid shift. It is this cephalad fluid shift that causes astronaut faces to swell and become puffy in their first few days in microgravity, a condition appropriately named puffy face syndrome. Other factors, like elevated carbon dioxide levels and high salt diets, have also been implicated as secondary causal factors to increase ICP levels in flight. It's worth noting, however, that whether the ICP hypothesis is correct has come into question as of recently. At least it's come into question as the sole cause of SANS. For one thing, the clinical findings of idiopathic intracranial hypertension occur disproportionately in SANS. Some don't even occur at all. So, for instance, no astronaut thus far has experienced chronic headaches, at least not to the extent as observed in over 90% of idiopathic intracranial hypertension cases. Other very common symptoms, like temporary vision loss, have also not been seen in SANS. Last but not least, patients with SANS almost no predisposition for increased ICP levels, which would have otherwise been expected. So what's the impact of this on a human mission to Mars? Well, the risk of SANS appears to be greater for long duration missions. So this has many implications for a mission to Mars. We could be in a scenario where over half the crew are visually impaired, the possible ramifications of which range from inconsequential errors to interference with EVA or endangerment of fellow crew. So it's really important that we find a countermeasure to this syndrome. One countermeasure being explored is lower body negative pressure. This is a technique that applies subatmospheric pressure to the lower parts of the body, shifting fluids caudally and lowering central venous pressure. In simulating the hydrostatic effects of gravity, it is hoped that lower body negative pressure is successful at reducing ICP. It's also a recent study has shown that this has some success, although extended studies will be necessary to really prove that. But whether lower body negative pressure is ultimately suited towards spaceflight is another matter entirely, as the devices are extremely bulky and restrict astronauts to but one location on the spacecraft. Another countermeasure being looked into is venoconstrictive thigh cuffs, also known as VTCs. VTCs sequester fluids in the lower limbs by applying pressure to the femoral vein. Long-duration spaceflight has already demonstrated the ability of VTCs in reducing jugular vein cross-sectional area in astronauts. Terrestrial studies also suggest that VTCs are capable of mitigating the increase of intraocular pressure and subovial choroid thickness. Unlike lower body negative pressure, VTCs would not restrict astronauts to one location on the spacecraft. They'd be able to move freely, and they wouldn't require continuous cardiovascular monitoring. So as a device, it shows some promise, but again, more studies need to be done before we can determine whether they are truly successful. Another issue arising from extended stays in space is space adaptation syndrome. So a bit of history for you. In 1961, German Titov was the first astronaut to vomit in space, but he would not be the last. Space adaptation syndrome, or space motion sickness, affects around 70% of all astronauts in their first 2 to 3 days in microgravity. In a US study of 72 astronauts, the common symptoms of space adaptation syndrome included vomiting, anorexia, headache, stomach awareness, and malaise. Other symptoms reported include cold sweating and fatigue. So other than being extremely uncomfortable for the astronauts, space adaptation syndrome also interferes with several operational activities. So for instance, astronauts are unable to do any extravehicular activity in their first few days in space due to this condition. So space adaptation syndrome is believed to be caused by a sensory conflict. There is a mismatch between the actual and anticipated sensory inputs from the ocular system, a part of the vestibular system responsible for measuring the linear accelerations of gravity. Information from the sensory system does not match previously stored neural patterns, and as a result, symptoms of space adaptation ensue, although the exact pathophysiology of this is still a bit fuzzy. So why is this important to Mars? Well, space adaptation syndrome could present a greater problem than considered at present, as astronauts entering Martian gravity may find themselves unable to do certain operational activities, like landing. So it's important that we're able to counteract it. According to the ISS Integrated Medical Checklist, astronauts with space adaptation syndrome should be kept hydrated and maintain a bland diet. One ought to minimize head movements, move slowly, and cabin should be kept cool. In cases of persistent nausea and vomiting, anti-nausea and anti-vomiting drugs can be used. Since 1989, intramuscular injection of promethazine has been a popular choice. Promethazine has some side effects, like any medication. These include drowsiness and sedation, but these are less severe in space than on Earth. Another drug being looked into is scopolamine, which also has shown some promise here. The drug was shown to ameliorate the intensity of space adaptation syndrome symptoms induced by Barani's chair, and has also been shown to have less severe side effects than promethazine. And recently, I read somewhere, do not quote me on this, that scopolamine actually has been made into an intranasal spray for astronauts to be used to fight against space adaptation syndrome. The last thing I'm going to talk about today is the effect that microgravity has on the vestibular ocular reflex, also known as VOR. The VOR, together with the visual system, is the mechanism responsible for stabilizing images on the retina during head movement. So when your head moves one way, the VOR is responsible for moving your eyes in the opposite direction, thereby preserving the image on the center of the visual field. So, for example, when walking down the street, if you didn't have VOR reflex, then you wouldn't be able to recognize faces or read signs. So it's really important. But in microgravity, the otolith-mediated component of the vesicular ocular reflex is reduced. And as a consequence, this affects processes like the VOR pitch and hand-eye coordination. Astronauts have reported hypersensitivity to VOR pitch, head movements, and have reported post-flight postural instability. So this is quite important on a mission to Mars because when entering Martian gravity, astronauts might find themselves disorientated or unable to perform to their full cognitive potential, which could spell disastrous consequences. A potential countermeasure to SANS, where the otoliths are concerned, brought up time and time again, is to stimulate artificial gravity. So the thought process is, should we be able to generate gravitational inputs for the otolith system, the problems associated with losing and regaining the stimulus may be avoided. The artificial gravity theory has been tested on short duration missions, and the results showed some success where the VOR is concerned. But these results are kind of controversial because microgravity is only really expected to affect the vesicular ocular reflex after long duration missions, so another test would have to be done to ensure that this countermeasure showed any real merit. And that's it. I think I spoke very quickly, so I apologize. If you have any questions, you can email me here, or you can say them now. I can't promise I'll know everything, but if you want to email me, I will definitely get back to you with a response.
Fantastic. So thank you, Beth. We have one question very quickly, which is, what do you think the greatest limitations are to the studies that still need to be done in order to get this to a workable stage?
So the biggest problems to get these countermeasures to work is just getting the stuff up to the International Space Station, I think. So with the it's really hard to get anything up there anyway because of how expensive it is and how much things weigh. But so we need to show a real success on terrestrial ground before we send anything up. So there needs to be more testing down here. Anything else?
Brilliant. That is the only one we've had come through on the system for now. But thank you again. And if anybody does have questions, do send Beth an email. Cool. So as we are running a little bit behind schedule, we are going to skip over our break today. We'll have maybe about 1 or 2 minutes whilst we get our next sponsors on, so Astro Agency. So see you then.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final session of this year's Student Space Symposium. We have 4 more excellent speakers left, but before I introduce them, I would like to welcome our final sponsor, Astro Agency, and Anastasia, who's going to be talking a little bit about the work they do there. Over to you, Anastasia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've all been enjoying this conference as much as I have. I'm Anastasia. I'm one of the marketing executives for Astro Agency. And today I'll tell you a little bit about Astro Agency, my role, and our popular networking event, Space Bar. So what is Astro Agency? We are a leading strategic marketing firm operating in the space sector. At the moment, we have 9 staff in 5 different countries and are currently looking to expand our team. We have always been working remotely, not just in the pandemic, allowing for such a multinational and diverse team. Our clients, as you can see, a little snapshot down below represent the whole global value chain and range from startups and existing space companies to bigger corporate organizations wanting to break into the space industry. Astro Agency provides a range of services, with one of our main strengths being the connections and networking introductions that we help our clients with. With the space industry being at the cutting edge of humanity's development, it may come as a surprise to you that there's a significant gap in marketing. And this is where Astro Agency comes in. We help innovative minds keep their focus on developing new technologies by using our team's expertise to propel their story across the globe and commercialize their offering, or just find customers or investment. What is my role? Within my marketing executive duties, I wear many different hats. I help look after First Step Legal, which some of you may know, and work with Daniel, our creative director and founder, on Space Cornwall. I also look for new business at conferences, but my main role is managing Spacebar. Spacebar was initially developed to help bring people together on Thursday evenings during the nationwide lockdown. Astro Agency wanted to create something really unique without the typical webinar feel where everyone could really get involved, network, and feel less isolated at home. This unique format really took off, so we decided to continue Spacebar after lockdown and have had so many interesting sessions with great people. Some of our regulars even stay until the early hours in the morning. Dallas Campbell, a TV presenter and author, is our main host. And Susie Imber, who you guys might know from the Astronauts Do You Have What It Takes program, has been a great recent addition to our Spacebar team, with their knowledge and great insight into the space industry. They really make every evening really interesting. Spacebar is known for being the drinks reception of space webinars due to the laid-back, fun, and interactive nature of this online event. We have had some amazing turnouts, with the record being 100 plus industry reps. And we've also had prestigious guests such as the Swedish Space Corporation, the ESA ambassadors, and ESA business incubation networks join us for Spacebar. So going forward, what can you take looking at Astro Agency's approach to developing Spacebar? So we would suggest analyze how COVID has changed your normal working process, and then take any positive aspects that you have found or you have experienced in this difficult time. And as we did for Spacebar, try and include platforms in your promotional strategy. And last but not least, come to Spacebar. The drinks are on us, as we're always looking for interesting moderators to moderate any of our panels or just to join in any discussions. So here's a QR code that feel free to scan it. It will bring you to our Spacebar registration page. We have one for not next Thursday, but the Thursday after that, as it's a sort of bi-weekly event. Also, feel free to reach out to me via email, follow us on Twitter, and don't forget to sign up for Spacebar. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. So do we have any questions for Anastasia or Astros? We can take a couple. No, I don't think we do. Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Astro Agency. And we'll take another quick break before we come on to the final set of speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Before I start with the next speaker, we actually had a couple of questions come in late for Astro Agency and Anastasia. So are students able to join Spacebar? Yes, you are, and yes, it's free. Everyone is welcome. Astro Agency are based in the UK, yes, and can students join Astro Agency? As Anastasia said, there are careers opportunities. I think we'll be releasing some of the presentations later, so you can get her email address and reach out to her. Hopefully that answers your questions. So our next speaker is going to be Benjamin. He's going to be discussing Transforming Mars, an investigation into the feasibility of transforming the red planet to support a biosphere. Benjamin, over to you.
Hiya, thanks for the introduction. Yeah, my name is Ben. I'm a third-year physicist at the University of Bristol, and my paper was titled Terraforming Mars, an investigation into the feasibility of transforming the red planet to support a biosphere. So just a quick overview of what I'll be covering throughout the presentation. I'll be covering what terraforming is and why we might want to do it, some current and upcoming launch vehicles and technologies that could facilitate transporting resources to Mars, the basic principles of terraforming, various methods of achieving terraforming, and conclusions based on current resources and technology available to us now. So, what is terraforming? Terraforming is essentially the process of transforming another celestial body such that it can support life. In the context of this investigation, we're talking specifically about aerobic life, but not necessarily human life. Why would we want to terraform? So I think sustaining the existence of life and consciousness in our universe is very important, and the best way to do that is to spread life beyond Earth. So supervolcanoes, asteroid impacts, and nuclear war pose a significant threat to civilization on Earth and the ecosystems that make our planet habitable. And these natural disasters occur on a frequency of once every 50,000 years to once every 100,000 years. So pose a serious threat to our ability to send payloads to space and Mars and develop our space technologies. Ash clouds, global ash clouds produced by such events in the past have lowered Earth's surface temperatures by up to 8 degrees C, causing mass agricultural collapse and even the almost entire extinction of the human population. So it's important for any terraforming process to discuss our capabilities of transporting resources and equipment to Mars. So some of the current launch vehicles available to us include Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. These are both launch vehicles designed and manufactured by SpaceX, with the Falcon 9 actually being the most capable launch vehicle currently in operation. Both are partially reusable in that the first stage lands back on Earth, whereas the second stage burns up in the atmosphere. But the reusability of the first stage greatly reduces the launch costs and improves accessibility to space. Falcon Heavy is capable of transporting approximately 17 metric tons to Mars, and Falcon 9 approximately 4 metric tons to Mars. There are some other launch vehicles also currently in operation, including the Delta IV, Atlas V, Ariane 5, Soyuz, and Long March, and also some other smaller launch providers, but these provide no additional payload capacity, and the cost per unit payload mass is greatly more significant than that of SpaceX's. Some of the upcoming launch vehicles that could be available to us include Starship. So this is a fully reusable rocket that will be designed and manufactured by SpaceX. It's expected to be able to deliver approximately 100 metric tons to the Martian surface, utilizing in-orbit refueling, and has actually already had some successful test flights with prototypes. New Glenn is a rocket designed and manufactured by Blue Origin, and is expected to be able to deliver approximately 13 metric tons to geostationary transfer orbit. They're yet to release specific stats on payloads to Mars. And this rocket is partially reusable in a similar way to the Falcon 9, in that the first stage booster is expected to be able to land back on Earth. The Space Launch System, or SLS for short, is a NASA-designed rocket and is fully expendable. With a payload capacity of approximately 37 metric tons to deep space with version 1, it's a very capable launch vehicle, and future versions are expected to be far more capable, in excess of 40 metric tons to Mars. So, it's important to go over the basics of what needs to be changed with Mars to make it habitable for life. So first of all, the atmospheric pressure needs to be increased, such that plants and other organisms can respire. The surface temperature needs to be raised into the habitable range of known living organisms. Liquid water must be stabilized across the surface. So this actually goes hand in hand with the first 2 points. So the surface temperature needs to be raised sufficiently such that water ice currently present on Mars actually melts and turns into liquid water, so it's accessible to life. And the atmospheric pressure needs to be increased above the triple point of water, such that when water ice does melt, it doesn't sublime straight to water vapor, but rather condenses into liquid. The atmospheric oxygen and nitrogen abundance also needs to be increased to facilitate respiration and nitrogen fixation of plants and other organisms. The surface of Mars also needs to be effectively shielded from UV radiation. So it's important to discuss the resources currently available on Mars, as it's not feasible to transport large amounts of material from Earth to be used in a terraforming process. So recent investigations by the Curiosity rover have detected nitrates in the Gale crater on Mars, suggesting the possible abundance of nitrates throughout the Martian soils. This is required to form a future atmosphere out of nitrogen and is also required for plant life. But the abundance of nitrogen throughout Mars is actually not known, so further on-site research would need to be done to confirm this. Large quantities of carbon dioxide exist stored within the polar caps in the form of carbon dioxide ice, and this could possibly be sublimed and released into the atmosphere. Sufficient water ice exists at in the polar regions to form a biosphere. Liquefying an adequate quantity of water to support life would require greatly significant surface temperature increases. So, most methods of terraforming discussed today revolve around triggering something called a runaway greenhouse effect. This is essentially the idea of warming the polar caps such that the frozen carbon dioxide begins to sublime. The carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere as a result acts as a greenhouse gas, further warming the surface and triggering the further sublimation of carbon dioxide from the polar regions. The result of this self-driving process is termination of a much warmer, thicker atmosphere, primarily composed of CO2. However, recent studies by NASA suggest that only approximately 20 millibar of carbon dioxide is available for such a runaway greenhouse effect, and this would only be sufficient towards the average surface temperature by approximately 10 Kelvin. So it's likely that other methods of warming would also be required. Several methods of triggering such an effect have been previously discussed throughout the literature. The first and arguably the most promising is release of artificial greenhouse gases at Mars. So perfluorocarbons, compounds composed of carbon and fluorine, are super greenhouse gases and could be manufactured on the Martian surface using materials already present in Martian soils. CFCs have also been discussed in the past as potential greenhouse gases for warming Mars, but the byproducts of the decomposition of CFCs catalyze the depletion of the ozone layer, so it would be catastrophic to any future potential ozone layer on Mars. C3F8 is the most potent greenhouse gas recently discovered that could be used to warm Mars, and could be manufactured using materials already present on Mars, provided sufficient fluorine is abundant within the soils. Other gases such as CF4, C2F6, and SF6 could also be used. A concoction of these gases would cover a much broader absorbance spectrum, and in the right quantities could trigger a runaway greenhouse effect at a partial pressure of just 0.2 pascals. And a partial pressure of 1 pascal could be sufficient to raise the surface temperature by up to 37.5 Kelvin, so quite substantial. Small nuclear power gas manufacturers could be used to manufacture these gases and could be transported to Mars with launch vehicles such as the Falcon Heavy and other launch vehicles currently in operation. And more sizable manufacturing plants could be delivered by Starship. So solar mirrors is another common method discussed throughout the literature. This is essentially the idea of using large space-based reflectors to reflect extra solar radiation onto the polar regions and warm them by several degrees to trigger a runaway greenhouse effect. Calculations suggest a mirror of a diameter of approximately 125 kilometers with a mass of approximately 200,000 tons would be sufficient to trigger a runaway greenhouse effect. And the mirror would be positioned stationary behind Mars, balancing Mars's gravitational forces with solar radiation pressure. An alternative approach to using a large stationary reflector is to use multiple smaller reflectors in sun-synchronous polar orbits. So this is essentially reflectors in polar orbits around Mars that are displaced sort of behind Mars and balance, again, solar radiation pressure with gravitational forces. However, the density of materials required to fabricate these reflectors is quite sensitive, as it needs to effectively balance these forces of light pressure forces with gravitational forces, resulting in the mass required to fabricate all the reflectors required to be in the range of approximately 1.12 times 10 to the 10 kilograms. Reducing the albedo of the polar caps is quite a relatively simple method compared with the others. It's essentially the idea of reducing the reflectivity of the polar caps such that they absorb more solar radiation. Research suggests a reduction from just 0.77 to 0.73 could be sufficient to trigger a runaway greenhouse effect, so rather a subtle reduction. A reduction like this could be achieved by spreading a thin dust layer over the polar regions, or even allowing microorganisms to populate and propagate through the polar regions. The approach could be extended well beyond the polar regions to the entire surface of Mars. Approximately 2.6 times 10 to the 14 kilograms of Martian dust spread across the entire surface could raise the surface temperature by approximately 5 Kelvin. Though there are obvious downsides to using this method, such as the amount of raw material required. Redirecting ammonia-abundant asteroids is the last method discussed in this investigation, and is the only method that actually provides a way of transporting more resources to Mars. So ammonia-abundant asteroids from the outer solar system could be redirected onto a collision course with Mars. The ammonia released on impact would act as a greenhouse gas, warming the planet and also shielding the surface from harmful UV radiation. The products of the decomposition of ammonia in the Martian atmosphere also include nitrogen, so it provides another method of increasing the nitrogen abundance on Mars. An asteroid from the outer solar system could be redirected with nuclear-powered engines, using the asteroid material itself as propellant. So these asteroids are quite rich in volatiles, so you could actually melt the volatiles and feed them through nuclear-powered thrusters and redirect them in that way. A 10 billion ton asteroid could be sufficient to warm Mars by approximately 3 degrees C, and approximately 8% of the asteroid would have to be used as propellant in order to redirect it onto a collision course with Mars. So, just a quick comparison of the methods discussed so far. So, of the methods considered, releasing artificial greenhouse gases requires the least resources and technology, with the most significant warming effect, all the way up to within the vicinity of 40 Kelvin. Manufacturing giant solar reflectors requires large quantities of material that would be inconceivable to transport from Earth. So, it's likely we'd have to have a large industrial space manufacturing effort, which is well beyond our current capabilities. The massive dust required to reduce the albedo of the polar caps would require significant engineering effort and wouldn't produce anywhere near as much warming as some of the other methods discussed. And redirecting ammonia asteroids is the only way of introducing new resources to Mars. Though there's one significant downside is that the collision velocities of asteroids on impact with Mars would have to be significantly reduced, as a calculation suggests that anywhere over 10 kilometers a second, any volatile-rich asteroid collision would produce a shockwave in the atmosphere greater velocity than Mars escape velocity. So what would actually end up happening is you'd end up losing a lot of the atmosphere around the impact site. So any asteroid collision velocity would have to be significantly reduced, and this is probably well beyond our current day technologies. So in conclusion, of the methods discussed, releasing artificial greenhouse gases is the most feasible with current technologies, as the gases have been extensively studied on Earth, and we know how they behave in the atmosphere, and requires the least amount of resource to be transported to Mars. The resulting climate would be suitable for some of Earth's extremophiles, so studies using fungi from, I think, the Antarctic regions on the International Space Station suggest they could survive and even proliferate in simulated Martian conditions. However, any terraform Mars using solely artificial greenhouse gases wouldn't be sufficient to support human life, as the atmospheric pressure would be too low and there would be insufficient oxygen. In the future, however, with technological developments, asteroid redirection could become a real possibility to produce a much thicker atmosphere on Mars and make it habitable for human life. So further research to confirm the possibility of terraforming Mars includes assessing the abundance of nitrates within the Martian soils. It's very important that nitrates are present on Mars as a source of nitrogen. Sufficient quantities of fluorine must be confirmed for PFC production in use of an artificial greenhouse gas production. A manufacturing process to produce PFCs from Martian soil must also be devised. Detailed long-term simulations of the introduction of PFCs into the Martian atmosphere must also be carried out. So there have been some short-term simulations on the time periods of, say, 1 to 2 years using detailed 3D models, but really we need sort of longer-term simulations so we understand exactly how these gases would behave in the Martian atmosphere. And the accessibility of liquid water in the equatorial regions needs to be further assessed. So most of the liquid water or ice water at this stage is in the polar regions. So in order for any life to be, or any of the equatorial regions to be habitable, accessible liquid water is really quite essential. Okay, thank you for listening. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much for that, Ben. We've got a couple of questions here. Are there alternatives to terraforming to long-term sustainability on other planets?
Yeah, so as actually discussed in one of the previous presentations, I think, in the symposium, you could use rotating space stations as another means of spreading life beyond Earth, so you don't actually have to colonize other planets. I think this is more sort of Blue Origin's focus, actually, is to create larger sort of artificial or rotating space stations to create sort of artificial gravity in space rather than actually inhabiting another planet. Because there's obviously quite vast engineering efforts that are required to transform another planet to make it habitable. So yeah, it's not the only option, definitely not.
And finally, what kind of timeline would such methods take? The ones that you've described, I assume.
Yeah, so releasing artificial greenhouse gases, we're talking on the sort of timeline of maybe thousands of years to actually release the required amounts of gas or volatiles and raise surface temperatures. One other important thing to mention is the release of oxygen into the atmosphere is required for aerobic life. So what we need to do is introduce microorganisms that are more tolerant to high levels of CO2 into the atmosphere, onto Mars first, and they would then respire and release oxygen. Sorry, not respire, but there's another chemical process where they can then release oxygen, and that would take substantially longer, probably on the order of sort of maybe 100,000 years. So it could be sped up actually using large solar reflectors to direct more sunlight onto Mars, which could increase the efficiency of the process.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ben. And as always, everyone, we'll take a quick break before our next speaker. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Lawrence Deacon, who's going to be talking about the future of space travel. Over to you, Lawrence. Sorry, Lawrence, could you unmute yourself? Apologies. That was my bad instructions there. Sorry.
No worries. Okay. Hi, welcome to my presentation. I'm Lawrence Deacon. Today I'm going to be talking to you about my paper on the future of space travel, the Alcubierre drive and superluminal speeds, otherwise known as faster than light travel. So my paper takes everything that we've currently know about warp physics and things and discuss that, and then we'll also talk a little bit about what we need to do to progress further. So, in 1994, a man named Miguel Alcubierre published a now very famous paper on a real-world warp field, which would allow a craft to travel faster than the speed of light. So, essentially, the basic concept of how this works is that you have a contraction of space-time in front of the craft and an expansion of space-time behind the craft, and this creates sort of like a warp bubble, if you like, and it's allowed to move faster than the speed of light because you're actually moving the bubble of space-time itself is actually moving, and the craft is actually it's actually stationary in this region of flat space. So that's a little bit about how it works in general, but we'll get into a bit more detail later on. So in order to understand why we would need such a craft, I'll present a scenario that would be highly impractical using today's technology. So this year, in fact, NASA detected this Earth-like planet here in the bottom right named TOI 700d, and it's an Earth-like planet in its star's habitable zone. So this would be a planet that we really want to go and have a look at. This would be something really interesting, as it could potentially harbour life. So the only problem with it is that it's 100 light years distance away. So this is obviously a very long distance from Earth. So we need to be able to travel really fast to minimise the travel time. So let's say we were somehow able, using today's technology, really highly optimise it and get it to 0.5 times the speed of light. So this would take the crew 200 years to get to the planet, and due to the effects of time dilation, travelling at 0.5 times the speed of light, if you look at this graph, the effects of time dilation would still be apparent. So for the people on Earth, they would experience, it would actually take an extra 30 years for the crew to arrive at the planet, and then on top of this, it would take plus 100 years for the crew to send any sort of data back. So for the people on Earth, it'll take 330 years to receive any sort of useful data. Another issue is that it takes 200 years for the crew to get there, 200 years back. That's 400 years in total. That doesn't really fit very well with human lifespan. So you'd have to create some sort of life cycle on board the craft where your astronauts are actually born and then trained on the craft, that would just come with its own sort of psychological and physical issues. So a solution to this, well, perhaps you could say, let's travel as fast as possible. So let's try and optimize the current technology we have and go as fast as possible. So let's say we travel at almost double the speed. So this would be great because, as you can see, it halves the travel time for the crew. However, because this is such a now higher fraction of the speed of light, so originally 0.5, we're now traveling at 0.99 times the speed of light, the effects of time dilation are now a lot bigger. So for the people on Earth observing this, it would actually take 716 years plus another 100 years. So that's 816 years. And as you might imagine, this would be exceptionally unfeasible. Like, as soon as people on Earth received any data, they would have probably moved on by that point. Like, Earth's goals would have shifted almost, if you like. And also, to be honest, they probably wouldn't even consider sending a spacecraft to do any sort of mission like this, which would be a real shame, because this would definitely be a planet we want to go and have a look at. So, in conclusion, the solution, the things we need to solve are, we need to move as fast as possible. That's great, but actually, it's more important that we somehow avoid the effects of time dilation, which this warp drive does set out to achieve. So, in order to understand how the drive works itself, it's good to know a little bit about general relativity. So space-time, which I've mentioned quite a little bit about,
think of it as a malleable sheet, and everything in the universe sits on top of this space-time. And if you put a mass in a specific part of space-time, it will cause this area of space-time to contract, as you can see here, causing this sort of curvature. And of course, the more massive the object is, the greater the curvature, the more extreme the contraction is of space-time. Another important thing about general relativity is the Einstein field equation. So this is a fairly complex equation. However, I'll just break it down simply. So on the left-hand side, we've got this side of the equation represents the curvature of space-time for a local part of space-time you'd consider. And then on the right-hand side, this represents this tensor here, T, represents the stress, energy, and momentum of this specific part of space-time. And then this constant, which is very important, this is the Einstein gravitational field constant. So as you can see, this is a tiny number. This is 10 to the minus 43. Now, this is very important because this is why you need such a large amount of energy to cause any sort of curvature of space-time to overcome. You need a massive number here to overcome such a small value. So, for example, the sun, that's got such a high mass, such a large amount of energy, so it's actually able to overcome this constant and produce some form of curvature of space-time. That's why all the planets in our solar system experience such a strong gravitational pull from this star. However, if you were to take, for example, a cricket ball, it's got such a small mass that it would in no way overcome this constant, meaning that there's actually no noticeable curvature of space-time. So that's a little bit about the Einstein field equations. So now we'll get on to the actual physics behind the Alcubierre drive. So a general way of thinking how it works is, so the drive that would be on board this spacecraft generates energy, and this energy tells the space-time around the craft how to curve, and then the space-time that has just been curved tells the spacecraft how to move. So it's sort of how they sort of work succinctly together. So Miguel Alcubierre, when he wrote his paper, he started off with this metric, but it's fairly complex. And if you apply a few parameters that I go through in my paper to this equation, he got out this equation, which is very important. This tells us pretty much everything we need to know about the warp field, as long as you apply a few more parameters. So here you've got a time component, and then these next three terms are the spatial components. So you've got y and the z, and then the x component's a bit more complex, but I'll break it down. So obviously here, this is the velocity at which this is actually the velocity of the bubble moving along, not the velocity of the craft, because the craft is trapped inside stationary, but the bubble itself is moving along with the craft inside it. And then this function here, this is also very important. It looks slightly complex, but it's simply the way in which the bubble is described. It's the shape of the bubble. So sigma is the thickness of the bubble, so the thickness of this blue line, and then r is the radius of the bubble. And then if you slightly increase, even just slightly increase the thickness of the bubble, you very quickly reach this top hat function for this function. So what this is essentially saying is the value of this function for inside the bubble is 1, and the value of it outside everywhere else is 0. So let's consider some of the physics going on inside the bubble. So let's sub in this one value here, and then if you were to break this down even more, so the velocity, this is dx by dt, obviously. This dt would cancel with this dt, and then you'd just be left with dx minus dx. So this whole bracket would go to 0. And then if you wanted to, because we're considering the space that's just at the center on the axes, these other two spatial coordinates would also go to 0. So you'd just be left with this time component here. So this reduces very nicely. And as one might notice, you can equate this ds squared with this ds squared. This is the line element. And to get out this, so you equate these two, and you get this out. And this is very important. So dt, so this is the change in time inside the warp bubble, and d tau is the change in time outside the bubble in some region of flat space, so away from these contractions and expansions, just an observer in flat space. And the fact that these are equal is great, because that means that there's actually no time dilation. The flow of time for both people on board the crew, on board the craft, and people just observing, there's no time dilation, which is great for reasons I've discussed in that example I showed. So another thing that this equation can do is provide us with the energy density needed to actually produce this warp in space-time. So this is it defined here, and one thing, this is fairly complex, but the most important thing to note here is the minus sign here. This is a big issue, because what it's essentially saying is that the energy needed to power the craft it would need to be negative. So you need sort of a fuel with a negative mass, and that doesn't really make much sense, and we don't really know too much about what that might look like. However, the closest thing we currently have for today is something called dark energy. So recently, scientists discovered that the universe is expanding at an accelerating rate, and this invoked the theory of dark energy. This dark energy is sort of used to explain why this accelerating expansion is caused. It makes up 68% of the universe, which is great, because that means if we are able to somehow utilize it, that we'd have a massive abundance of it. However, it is slightly concerning because there's a lot of it, but we've never directly detected it. We've only been able to calculate this value because, or like through indirect observations. And then a little bit about how it kind of might work is that it's comparable to anti-gravity. So here you've just got this is a positive mass. It causes a contraction in space-time, this dipping down. Whereas, you'd have sort of, say you'd have less massive objects. These would roll towards this object, much like gravity would work. However, a negative mass, it would cause this bulge in space-time, and less massive objects would sort of roll down away and being essentially pushed away. That's what you would observe. So currently we have three theories of dark energy, three driving theories. So the first one is that dark energy is not actually a form of energy, but it's more a property of space-time. So as space-time expands, more of this energy is created, which causes even more expansion. However, the word created is not a great word to use in this situation, as it sort of implies that it violates the conservation of energy law. So there's a lot more work to do with that theory. Another theory is that, so the vacuum of space is not actually empty, it's actually full of these temporary virtual particles, and this is a quantum theory, where these particles are just popping in and out of existence constantly, and the energy within these particles is dark energy. And then the final theory is that dark energy is some sort of dynamic energy fluid or field that permeates throughout the entire universe. Overall, you can see that there's sort of a bit of a confusion here, and a lot more work is needed to create sort of a solid theory of dark energy, and even more work is going to be needed to create sort of a way in which we can actually utilize dark energy. So overall, my final thoughts are that we have come a long way since Alcubierre published his paper in 1994. However, we still have a lot to do, and unfortunately, the warp drive probably won't be created within our lifetime. But this shouldn't discourage us, because if we were to stop, it may never actually be created, as with all things. And as Isaac Newton said, he was able to see further than others because he stood on the shoulders of giants. So perhaps one day someone might say that they stood on our shoulders or on the shoulders of Miguel Alcubierre as they turn on their warp drive and set off to a distant star. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for that, Lawrence. We've got a question here about the drive. Can the Alcubierre drive be weaponized, and should we be concerned about this?
It potentially, that would be a danger, because when you turn this drive on, you want to make sure that it is in no way near any sort of civilization. You want to stay far away from the Earth, because it would cause a lot of sort of nasty gravitational effects. It's important to note that there is no gravitational effects inside the warp bubble, and if there would be a lot of damaging effects to the craft, to the crew. And also another thing, as this craft is moving, it will actually, because of such a violent contraction of space-time in the front of the craft, as it moves forward and moves along at such a high speed, it will actually build up. It'll collect sort of a well of radiation, if you like, in front of it, so that when it stops, when it comes to a halt, it will release this radiation. Once the generator's been turned off, it will release this burst of radiation out, so anything in front of it would essentially be vaporized. So the important point to note is, if you were to use this, I guess if you wanted to weaponize it, you would point it at the thing you're going towards. But if you want to go, say, visit a planet, you don't want to fly directly towards it. Perhaps just fly sort of to the side of it, and then use a different method of propulsion to get a bit closer.
Okay, thank you very much. We have another one. Do you think that those who travel so far from Earth should simply fend for themselves and not rely on communications or help?
Yeah, so that's an interesting point. So what you would do with this drive, this method of propulsion, you probably wouldn't want to actually come back to Earth, because even if you were to, say, land on these Earth-like planets, you would still experience effects of time dilation due to gravity, as opposed to special relativity, where that's just as a result of moving really quickly. So yeah, you'd want to sort of stay away from other people. I think need to be ready to be detached, because when you live on these planets, your rate of time will sort of flow differently. So seeing, your family and the generations that you leave behind sort of almost overtake you in age and things like that. It's quite a hard concept to get your head around, but it would be very sort of psychologically damaging. So yeah, I think you should sort of be ready to go off and, as you say, fend for yourself.
Yeah, and one last one. Could you put a cost on the drive?
No, to be honest. I think because we're still so far away from actually even creating an actual working design, a lot of the work currently has only really been done in the actual physics of the warp field as opposed to the warp drive. So it's kind of hard to estimate the pricing of it. However, I think by the time we get around to being able to create something, it would definitely cost a lot, and I don't think one country or one company would be able to do this sort of thing. It would definitely sort of be a global effort to actually achieve something like this.
Actually, Lawrence, there has one more that's come through from Gustavo.
Sure.
It's quite a long one. So, considering that dark energy is a catch-all term for a mechanism which we do not yet understand, how plausible do you think it is that we might find evidence for the plausibility of a kind of negative gravitational energy within our lifetimes?
Yeah, so this is, to be honest, one of the main reasons why it probably won't be created in our lifetime. So dark energy is still something that is heavily misunderstood. There are a lot of theories that are going around. It wasn't just those three theories I mentioned. So perhaps in our lifetime we might create a more solid theory of dark energy, but I think a lot more work will then be needed to create some sort of theory in how to actually utilize the dark energy.
Okay, all good questions. Thank you very much, Lawrence. We're
Thank you.
going to take a quick break and then go on to our next speaker. Before we do, I should say there has been a slight change in the programme for those of you who noticed. So Lawrence has gone before Anna. So Anna will be on next, and she'll be talking about the optimization of extraterrestrial planetary services. We'll see you back here in about 2 minutes' time. Hello everyone, welcome back and welcome to the penultimate session of the day. Before I introduce our next speaker, I just wanted to remind everyone to please use the question box throughout the presentation. You don't need to wait until the end. We've noticed there is a slight delay between the presenters and the questions coming through, so don't hold back, don't be shy, and use it to your heart's content. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Anna Torodi. She's going to be talking about the optimization of extraterrestrial planetary surface exploration tasks using behavioral patterns of ant colonies. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Anna Torodi. I'm a second-year physics with astrophysics and cosmology student at King's College London. And today I would like to give you an overview of the topics discussed in my paper. The overall goal of my paper was to demonstrate that adapting ant colonies' behavior to various problems and tasks can improve the efficiency of extraterrestrial surface exploration, and it can be a useful approach when designing missions. So I'm going to talk about the difficulties of surface exploration and how ants cope with similar problems. And I will also demonstrate how ant method could be integrated into robotics. And I will do that with two examples, the ant colony optimization and the self-assembling. And I will discuss the benefits of these. The main tasks of planetary rovers are taking images and making measurements. However, there are several aspects that make this difficult to perform. Rovers have limitations on their processing capacities, memory, and energy. And the observed celestial bodies are so far away that it is not possible to have a continuous interaction with them because of the delays in the communication. Furthermore, rovers can encounter irregularities in the terrain, obstacles in their way, and winds with high speeds, for instance, on the surface of Mars. For these reasons, it is vital for a mission to optimize every possible element of the exploration. And these necessities, simplicity and efficiency, are of key importance in nature as well. Therefore, it would be advantageous to model and mimic the solutions that nature has already tested and revised over the course of evolution, like the solutions of ants. The problem-solving abilities of individual ants are limited. However, the information exchange between the members of the society enables them to complete complex tasks, like finding the shortest path between points. They do this by depositing pheromone on the ground. With this, they mark the favorable path that other members of the colony should follow. And others perceive the amount of pheromone, and they tend to follow the trails with a higher pheromone concentration. And this method also enables them to adapt to changes in their environment. For instance, when an established path to a food source is suddenly interrupted by an obstacle, they are expected to choose between the two ways with an equal likelihood, as you can see on the image. The obstacle and the two ways where they are separated, and all ants move approximately at the same speed, and they lay pheromones at the same rate as they move. And for ants taking the shorter route, the journey will take a shorter amount of time. Consequently, more pheromone will get deposited on the upper rows by unit time, and a larger number of ants will choose it in return. And in the end, all ants will choose the upper and shorter path. And certain ant species can create self-assemblages out of their own bodies. Chris Reed and his fellow researchers experimented with army ants, and they found that army ants dynamically adjusted their self-assemblage to the changing conditions of their environment. And the final position of their bridge was influenced by the trade-off between the number of removed foragers that form that bridge and the decrease in their path length. So one way to integrate this into robotics is using the ant colony optimization. The ant colony optimization was initially proposed by Marco Dorigo in his PhD thesis. The first algorithm that he developed was the ant system, and he applied that to the traveling salesman problem. In that, a shortest possible route needs to be found that visits each city exactly once and returns to the original city, given a set of cities. The computational method I used to program the simulation was based on this program code, and I wrote it in Python. The simulation is done with artificial ants. They move along straight lines between the cities, like the ones that you can see here, with an example of a complete route between the cities. And they deposit pheromone on the edges that they have visited. And this is the equation giving the amount of pheromone laid by one ant on the edge ij. This is marked by delta tau, and Q is an assigned quality of the path. For instance, the energy consumption associated with that route. And this can be different for the two directions, like when a rover has to go uphill in one direction and downhill in the other. And LK is just the total distance traveled by that ant. So, for example, in this example, if we assume that the quality factor is 1 in case of each route, then we just have to sum up these numbers, which are the length of the edges. We get 33, and we have to divide 1 by that number to get the amount of pheromone, which is in this case 0.03. That gets deposited on the roads that were used. And artificial ants know the distances between the cities, and they choose probabilistically when they have to decide which city to visit next. This is based on the probabilities associated with the certain edges. The probability is calculated from the level of pheromone and the length of that edge, in a way that edges that are shorter or contain more pheromone are more likely to be chosen. So in this case, for example, the ant is at city A, and it cannot choose city D because it has already been there, but it can choose several other cities, and there is a certain number associated with those, which is the probability for those routes. And in the simulation, many artificial ants are set to find the route on the map. And with this positive feedback system of the pheromone depositing, the length of the route decreases until the optimal one is found. And I compared ant method and the ant colony optimization with the brute force method. And in that, all possible routes were checked for their total length by the program to find the shortest one. And here you can see some results of my simulation. The graph on the right depicts the number of iterations or the number of ants needed in case of the two methods to find the optimal solution. Orange marks the method of brute force, and the blue one is the ant colony optimization. So this demonstrates the power of ant method even in case of 9 cities. And the difference between the two methods keeps increasing with the number of cities. And you can also see 2 optimal solutions found with the ant colony optimization method for random sets of cities. And the other way to integrate ant method into robotics is with self-assembling. Researchers at the Harvard School of Engineering and Applied Sciences created a swarm of self-assembling robots comprising 1,000 relatively simple but cooperative robots that are mimicking social insect behavior. And with using the algorithm developed by the researchers, the robots managed to form different predetermined shapes collectively, despite their individual limitations. And how can surface exploration benefit from method. Well, with the approach of the ant colony optimization, the shortest and safest route could be found between the many points that the rover should visit on its mission, and this could be done prior to landing. And the algorithm would also allow the rover to make real-time local corrections to its path when finding an obstacle in its way, for example. And with the same method, but using more smaller rovers, whole areas could be searched thoroughly without rovers checking the same subsections twice. And if many small ant-like and self-assembling rovers were used, they could get through uneven terrain and obstacles more easily, just like ants do. And this approach would also mean an improvement in handling dust storms, because rovers could link together, and by determining the direction of the wind, they could assemble themselves into a shape that is aerodynamically optimal to reduce the damage caused by the dust storm. So to conclude, my overall aim was to show that even with relatively simple rules taken from ant colonies' behavior, it will be possible to increase the efficiency of rovers on a mission. And in case you're interested in further details and the calculations, then you can read about those in my paper. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that, Anna. We've got a couple of questions. Sorry, I may have cut that. I was just saying thank you very much, Anna. We've got a couple of questions. So what are some of the limitations of using ants to train models like this?
Well, of course, this is a very different approach when designing rovers. So there are several aspects that have to be taken into account, like the communication has to be solved between the individual rovers. So they have to get a well-working system for that one. And also the difference in the size would also mean a very big difference in the terrain that they could get through, which is well an advantage from a way, but also disadvantage.
Another question, are there other animals that could be used or other aspects of nature to train rovers too?
Well, yes, as I mentioned, in case of the self-assembling robots, they were designed to mimic social insects. So, for instance, the behavior of bees or other social insects could also be used, because there are other behavioral patterns there that could help the development of missions. So that would be another useful approach. So I've chosen ants because there are many behavioral patterns connected to them, but I'm sure that there are bees that could provide a good alternative approach as well.
Great. And one more question. I'm going to read this out verbatim. It seems to me that this emergent behavior is very capable, but quite communication intensive. Would you see the necessity of communication between nodes as being a possible obstacle?
Well, that's a good question, because of course these advantages come with disadvantages that you just mentioned. Well, the communication, I could not mention that, but in case of the self-assembling rovers, they used infrared transmitters and receivers to communicate with other rovers. And they could manage the communication with only the local, that local environment. So I think that if we use that approach, so if rovers would only communicate with their local environment, that wouldn't mean that much of information. So and that method was proved to be working. So I think that using that approach would be good and wouldn't mean that much of a disadvantage.
Okay, I think that's it for questions. So Anna, thank you very much for your talk. This is the final time, sadly, but we're going to go for a quick 2-minute break, and I will introduce our final speaker of this year's Student Space Symposium. See you there. Hello everyone, and welcome to the final talk of this year's Student Space Symposium. The final speaker will be Richard Swan, and he's going to be talking about the true cost of the Space Shuttle missions. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Richard Swan, and I'm an aeromechanical engineering student from the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow. And this afternoon, I'm just going to present some of my findings and an overview into the true cost of the Space Shuttle and some of the darker aspects of the programme. So the Space Shuttle was the world's first reusable spacecraft, and it was very different from the expendable rockets and capsule methods which came beforehand. Its intention was to be the next chapter in America's space exploration programme by transporting crew and cargo to low Earth orbit. So the initial idea of a reusable spacecraft actually stems from as far back as the 1940s, when Nazis during World War II looked to develop a reusable bomber that could strike the United States from continental Europe. Several conventional aircraft designs were proposed, but one of them was very different, and this was known as Silbervogel, which is German for silver bird. And it was proposed by Austrian aerospace engineer Eugene Sanger, and it was for a hypersonic rocket-powered bomber, which was revolutionary at the time but unfortunately the idea was beyond the technological capabilities of the day, and it was never fully developed, but it did provide valuable data and was the first step in hypersonic vehicle research. So following the war, there was significant research conducted by the United States into supersonic and hypersonic flight, and progress was made with the help of former German scientists who were brought to the US following World War II. Several projects were carried out, and there were several milestone achievements following the war, such as the Bell X-1 breaking the sound barrier in 1947, and the X-15 achieving hypersonic speeds during the mid to late 1950s. Another lesser known project was the X-20 Dinosaur, which was for a single-seat reusable winged spaceplane, which was intended for military reconnaissance purposes, but it was unfortunately cancelled in 1963 amid the growing space race and Project Mercury and Gemini competition. So the Shuttle program was proposed in the late 1960s as the Apollo program was drawing to a close. Apollo received immense financial and government support since it represented not only the technological capabilities of the United States at the time, but was also a microcosm for the different ideologies of the East and the West during the Cold War. NASA believed the new Space Shuttle program could effectively ride the wave of Apollo success and receive the same level of support, but they were unfortunately mistaken as Congress were reluctant to fully back the shuttle and questioned whether it was even a real need for it. Fortunately, the Department of Defense provided NASA with the necessary political weight to develop the shuttle after they realized its political and military capabilities. When the shuttle was first envisioned, its main purpose was not strictly to reduce cost. Initially, fully reusable designs were investigated before the Office of Budget and Management announced that the shuttle would not receive the anticipated budget required of between $10 and $12 billion per year, but only $3.2 billion per year. This prompted numerous redesigns and the use of expendable components to reduce costs and led to the shuttle design recognised today. The shuttle's financial failings are well documented, and it's perhaps its most famous shortcoming, after costing over $200 billion throughout its lifetime, with per flight costs exceeding $1.5 billion. The magnitude of this failure is shown by comparison to the initial estimates, which predicted flight costs of around $9 million. So, as a pioneer of reusable spacecraft, the shuttle faced numerous technical challenges. Two that were significant and proved troublesome throughout its life were the shuttle's propulsion system, made up of the Space Shuttle main engines and solid rocket boosters, and the shuttle's thermal protection system, which protected the shuttle from the extreme temperatures experienced during re-entry. Both the main engines and the thermal protection system required far greater maintenance than originally anticipated, which contributed to the shuttle's enormous expense. But it should be noted that the technical issues were the results of compromises required to appease the government and the military. Technological shortcomings are perhaps best highlighted when compared to the Soviet counterpart, the Buran, which was theoretically superior to the shuttle. The most obvious failures of the Space Shuttle program are the Challenger and Columbia disasters, which cost the lives of 14 crew members and then earned the shuttle the unwanted title of the deadliest spacecraft in history. But aside from the human tragedy, the shuttle was also a financial failure and fell short of its promise of utility goals of increasing accessibility to space. Many of its shortcomings were the results of political and bureaucratic interference, which led to budget cuts and technical changes, which illustrate the dangers of political compromise in a technological arena, which fortunately today's space companies such as SpaceX do not have to deal with. Along with the tragic failures of the shuttle, there were several successes, and despite its flaws, the shuttle was and still is regarded as an engineering marvel and the most complex machine ever built. Along with transporting 355 astronauts over its 30-year service, two of its most significant achievements were its rescue and repair of the Hubble Space Telescope, which allows astronomers and scientists to see further into space and understand the origins of our universe. The second notable achievement is its construction of the International Space Station, which has established man's permanent presence in space. And further to the technical achievements, the shuttle has paved the way and provided valuable lessons for reusable spacecraft of the future, which we're seeing implemented today with companies such as Blue Origin, SpaceX, and Virgin Galactic. So despite the achievements and the image portrayed of the shuttle as an overwhelming success and beacon of national pride, it in fact exhibited several shortcomings, most of which can be attributed to political dysfunction, bureaucratic interference, and mismanagement. These factors combined to manifest in the shuttle design, which was compromised from the outset. This led to a technologically compromised design that's potential was never fully fulfilled due to the financial restraints imposed upon it. The cracks of the shuttle program would culminate first with the Challenger disaster, where NASA fell prey to normalization of deviance, which is the gradual acceptance of poor practices and standards. NASA unfortunately failed to learn from this, which resulted 17 years later in the Columbia disaster and would forever tarnish the shuttle's legacy. The question of whether the space shuttle was worth the cost, both financial and human, is hotly debated, and several opponents argue that it held back programs such as future missions to the Moon and Mars. But in the relatively short lifespan of space exploration and reusable spacecraft, and even after its retirement nearly a decade ago, the shuttle's lasting contribution to space exploration still remains to be seen. Thanks for listening. I'll happily answer any questions you have.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Richard. That was a brilliant end to the symposium. So before we let you go, we have a couple of questions come in. So the first one is, how can we ensure that we don't have repeat failings of the space shuttle missions?
So one of the major things is the interference from outside sources. The major drawback with the shuttle program was the kind of political and bureaucratic interference of people that didn't know the technological requirements and how difficult it was. They just kept imposing new restraints and asking for different things, and NASA had to compromise. It led to the compromise of the design, and it was never really fully recognised. So keeping politics out of it as much as possible is probably the main thing, which, like I said, it's kind of fortunate SpaceX and private companies, they don't have to really deal with that as much because it's not so much government contracts.
Cool. And another one here. So are there any current technologies which you think have a darker side? I assume to be interpreted as you wish.
Yeah, so that will probably be answered in time because the shuttle was pioneering for what it was trying to do. It was, you could almost say that there was going to be some inevitable failure, some danger, and it was a shame that there were two massive ones, the shuttle. So it's sadly you can't rule out that something might go wrong in the future with the technology we're working on today. But the shuttle has provided a great platform for them to learn from. So hopefully the same type of negligence won't happen again.
Okay, amazing. And well, thank you again. And before we do let everyone go, we want to say a few more thank yous. So the first is, of course, to the wonderful students who have been presenting today. I think everybody can agree that we have had some really interesting talks. We would also like to say a huge thank you to all of our sponsors for the event today. So as I said at the beginning, we can't put on events like this without the generous support. So thank you so much to Momentus, Blue Abyss and Astro Agency, So I do recommend that you go check them out if you haven't already. Hopefully their little talks today have got you interested about what they're doing. And also, of course, thank you to the British Interplanetary Society, again, for letting us use their London offices as our tech hub today. And yeah, so I think this is a great conclusion to the first Student Space Symposium, and hopefully we will see you all again next year. So do remember to tune in for some of our other events this year, and you can always keep up to date with them through our social media. So as you saw at the beginning of the day, at UKSEDS on Twitter. You can also find us on Instagram and on Facebook. Please sign up for membership if you haven't already, if you're a student or have been in the last 3 years. And yeah, so once again, thank you, and I guess this is us signing off.